in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'm going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to catch those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. It's a weird time. It's a weird energy. The best way I can describe what we're potentially going through right now is the thing that you have to understand is a Sagittarius full moon, which is what we just experienced, okay? It's a lot of energy. Okay, it's big energy. And to add to that bigness, we've also got Jupiter in Cancer with Venus in Cancer, and Mercury's in Cancer too. Big feelings, a lot of force. And you will recall that I was very conscientious. I was very, very clear when I wrote that Mystic Meditations article. You can still head over to my stack to go see it. I was like, listen, you're gonna feel like a superhero through that full moon. You're gonna feel like you can do anything. You're gonna feel like you can run a marathon. You're gonna feel like you can like lift 1,000,000 pounds. It was very like Hulk out energy, okay? And I said to you, I was very clear. I said, make sure. I'm like, it's totally good, totally fine to do things in big ways during that full moon. Be conscientious about not biting off more than you can chew. Okay. Because this energy that we're currently experiencing now, this is what I was talking about. Because moving out of a Sagittarius full moon into a Gemini new moon, there is a perpetual level of some awkwardness there. The best way I can describe the energetic shift that we're currently navigating, it's like moving from a full sprint into a gallop, right? It gets a little like, it can sometimes feel a little bit like you have that, like a little bit of that. It's like the cascade effect that then needs to slow down, that sometimes can feel like a little bit of extra momentum and force. So if you're navigating this right now, I want you to make sure that you're navigating things with a sense of proportionality as it relates to how much energy that you are applying to things. And that doesn't mean that you need to stop everything entirely, right? But having a little bit, it's recalibrating. Okay. It's a recalibrating time that's going to potentially continue as we move into this new moon in Gemini that's right around the corner. There is some very beautiful stuff we're also seeing right now as it relates to being able to work through old feelings. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's a quality of polarization that we identify is intrinsic to this energy. And when you see the astrology, you're going to understand why. Okay. Jupiter has been in Cancer for a very, 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 very long time. It feels like forever. Okay. Jupiter in Cancer, there's a lot of different lessons that we potentially see there. One of the most important ones is the difference between how it feels to embody something versus how another energetically perceives it. Okay. It's a bit of an inside out problem. Often the space by which others see us brave is us feeling absolutely terrified, right? Often the space by which another person is feeling the expanse of our love is us being in our most vulnerable state. And when you recognize and identify the quality and characteristic that the way that we feel does not necessarily correlate to what others energetically receive. What is effectively happening there, right? You're working through the maturation point of being able to understand, right? The ironic quality of feelings, which is often, and what is the ironic quality of feelings? That often the way that we feel about doing something, right? The way we feel doing something is completely different from how another person experiences it, right? Because you're inside the expression of it. Now, that's all the work that we've been doing. And this is often why we notice, right? This is often why we often notice the lessons that come towards our manifestation goals, right? Because what we effectively perceive, and you're like, oh, I want that, right? Then like you go ahead and embody, you're like, I don't know, this doesn't feel the same way that it looked like on the outside. Of course it doesn't, right? It's bigger. Okay. It's more confusing. There's a lot more to navigate. At the same time, sometimes we go into a manifestation goal and we're like, ooh, this is nice, right? It's that observation of understanding that the healthy manifestation goal is one by which the beauty of moving towards a manifestation goal is what we come to learn about ourselves as we work to embody it, right? And that's some heavy stuff, right? That's some deep work that we do right there. And we also recognize the fact that Jupiter is on its way on moving into, right? I kind of like it. Jupiter's about to move into Leo, right? I've got a little bit of a biased opinion there, but the thing about it is Jupiter in Cancer, it's plumbing the depths of understanding, right? It's diving deep to try to extract pearls there. And I think that there's something really beautiful about the fact that, we were talking yesterday about a lot of this work that we can almost see as shield cleansing, right? Cleansing the ego, right? Like if you look at Jupiter as the shield of the ego, what do we see that Jupiter is potentially cleansing the shield of the ego with right now? Venus, right? So when we cleanse the shield of the ego with love, what do we often find there? Communication, Mercury, right? We find the ability to convey something that we've never had the ability to convey before. So we see all of that happening right on the cusp of this new moon that we're experiencing. And we also see that right after that, right around the end of this month, Jupiter is going to be continuing. It's going to end their journey out of Cancer and moving into Leo, which is more about like Jupiter and Leo is like I like to point out if Jupiter in Cancer is about soul, is about like cleansing, like the Jupiter in Leo is like it's like shield banging, but in like the best way possible. At the same time, we do recognize that there are some pretty heavy planets that are currently going through Aries. And that work might be creating frustration points as it relates to wishing that one had more time, right? There may be like a little bit of a discordant experience that we're potentially working through with time, because you have to understand there's something very important that we see that's happening right now with the fact that we've got Saturn in Aries. Because often, the way I like to articulate it is those with Aries placements, those in Aries come here to heal their relationship to Saturn. Okay. So it's hard because for a lot of it, it may be feeling like there's a little bit of those experiences that are working through situations that potentially try or test our patience. But what's beautiful about that is with Neptune, it understands that when we work through, right, when we work through our frustration, what do we often find? We find a reservoir of patience that we didn't know existed. So there's a little bit of that energy there too. The hardest thing I think that we have to navigate right now is the fact that Mars is moving through Taurus, because that almost articulates. And I gotta say, like, whenever Mars is moving, it's not just the fact that Mars is moving through Taurus right now, but it's the only planet in Taurus, which can often feel like red flags everywhere or working into, especially if you got Taurus placements. So making sure, like, the best piece of advice I can give in energy like this is make sure that you're not being reactive with the emotions, but explain to another person why you have them, right? Like why you find me the way you find me. Right? Like this is This is why here is you find me today of all days on the day that I'm experiencing this, because that ability of being able to communicate why we have the feelings we do help others understand why they're energetically important. So make sure that you're doing that work in terms of think about conveying. Think about conveyor belt energy. Think about the ability of what it means to convey. And the thing about conveying is not about projecting, right? It's not about allowing a person to experience you feeling your feelings, but explaining to another why you feel so strongly about them. Now, this is also having a big impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And yesterday's read, you can go over to our stack if you want to see the cards. I wasn't surprised to see we were getting a lot of anomalies in the cards yesterday. We've got a Gemini new moon coming up. So Gemini new moons sometimes bring, like, you have to understand, and we're going to talk about it in today's read, Gemini new moons kind of often bring new caveats, right? They bring new information. Okay, like, ta-da! I bet you didn't even know that could be a thing, and now it is. It's a thing. Congratulations, right? So there's something important about working through new information, and we saw that very much with the continuation of the fact that the first two cards that we drew yesterday in the spread were the Hierophant in its reversal with the Knight of Pentacles in its transverse, right? How do you deliver unorthodox information, right? You're gonna wrap your head around this one. It's a lot of that type of energy. So, but I think that it's positive that we're starting strong with those cards, because particularly and especially when we're talking about these new energetic cycles that are starting, these strength relationships. And these strength relationships, you'll recall, were the relationships that have been coming together since Taurus, since that Taurus new moon and Taurus season up until the present. Um, it's nice because the energy, like what we're basically seeing with a lot of those relationships, are they're either starting new relationship cycles, honoring the process of their own transformation, right? Holding that transformation sacredly is often the observation that one can never go backward. One always goes forward, right? Because it's a qualitative impact of understanding that potentially the person that you are today isn't the person that would have made the choices of the past, or is the person who wouldn't have been in the relationship that you may have found oneself in that didn't feel like it was embracing you fully. So we see that there's potentially a lot of that energy there in terms of holding oneself gently as one honors the journey of transformation that allows one to recontextualize the past in a different way. We also see that there may be relationships that are starting right now. And this is a wild place to start, right? I would not be surprised if there's a little bit of a band-aid rip quality to some of these relationships that are happening right now, which is giving me a little bit of take it or leave it, but in the best way possible, right? Because the word that was really kind of coming through in yesterday's read for a lot of those new relationships is unapologetic, right? Navigating as a continuation of the work that we saw in the world relationships, which is working into a discomfiture point, but in a way that one is able to recognize or identify that that point of discomfiture, right, is where pretty profound transformations occur. So it's like it's the discomfiture it's in the discomfiture in the best way possible, because it's the energy that recognizes the difference between discomfortability and uncomfortability, right? Which is the ability by which the ability by which one moves towards discomfort in order to discover discomfortability, the discomfort that one feels at the discovery of things, right? Versus uncomfortability, which is the uncomfortability of of avoiding uncomfortability at all cost, right? So there's something really important there. It's very brave energy that we see is moving into relationship right now. We also understand that for a lot of those relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, and these are specifically the world relationships that we're discussing, and specifically that cycle was happening between the time of the Taurus new moon that we really recently experienced, leading into the Capricorn new moon, which occurred around January 18th earlier this year. These relationships are moving deeper into union, but it's a wild time to be able to do so. They're building upon, there's a lot of excitement there because they're building into mutual shared potential, which is why it's healing, because they're not side eyeing each other and being like, I see a lot of potential in this one. They're articulating to each other openly upon what that potentiality is. And in the context by which they're able to express it, right? They're able to move towards those benchmarks with more with more speed, right? They're not beating around the bush, they're running straight through the hedge. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, like working through that is potentially, right? This could be feeling like a lot of, like, I want to get, it's like it's speedy energy, right? It's potentially like feeling like one can't move fast enough, but also, right, there's a little bit of this, the best way I can describe it is there's a little bit of this excitability or excitement that's occurring there because, right, it's not the rushing through processes in order to try to change the way that they feel about one another, but more the eagerness that they're finding in terms of desiring to explore more together. Now, this brings us to those moon relationships. And you'll recall that the moon relationships were coming together between the time, we're going to get to that in a minute, between the time of that new moon in Capricorn that we spoke about, leading into Uranus going retrograde, which happened around September 6th of last year. These relationships it's really funny because for some of these relationships, they were always in partnership where there was something about feeling like being forced into traditional, like feeling forced into traditional templates. And now they're finally in a relationship where they can do anything. And what is the irony that they're finding there? They're choosing, like they're choosing to explore traditional together, right? Because it's the observation of the understanding of the choice that changes the context of everything. So it's interesting. It's like, it's almost getting kind of conventional in there, but in like a very unconventional way. It almost is giving me the observation of conventional as caricature, or the observation of effectively putting a new spin on something that is energetically traditional, while at the same time being able to embrace unifying and making something their own, right? So this is potentially, there's something very incredible there that we see is happening because they're redefining something traditional by being able to embrace it and articulate upon it. So it's like it's freestyle in the best way possible, but it's also, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of conversation that's occurring there as it relates to taking different perceptions, right? Looking at something in a new way, like through the eyes of authenticity. And it's the ability by which they're giving each other that ability to be authentic that is allowing them to be able to perceive in that fashion. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I'd also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards in the tarot. We're going to get started on those major arcana, the minor arcana. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You'll also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we navigated. I'm going to release one shortly on the new moon we've got coming up in just a few days. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings today. If you'd like to get on the list, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. You'll also be the first person read for once we complete the daily collective, as anyone who's on the list prior to getting on live has first priority and will be read for before the collective starts. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, signal decoding. If you have information that you think is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Also, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Please remember that your paid subscription there also entitle you to the same benefits that I've listed for subscribers, and that includes a free card reading each day. That said, I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. How are you doing today, Akma? Welcome from Bali. Thank you so much, Krillin, for the compliment. How you doing today, Lyra? What's up, Krillin? Good to see you. Hi there, love. I'm a Sagittarius Sun, Leo rising, Libra, Moon, and Venus. I feel like this energy right now, the one thing I'm going to say for those with Sag placements is if you've been navigating any kind of feelings of awkwardness or exhaustion coming out of this full moon, like a full moon, a Sagittarius full moon for those with Sagittarian placements can often be like really amplifying, but sometimes the full moon hangover that we get afterwards can be a little bit rough. So if you're, I've been noticing this with a lot of Sagittarians right now. If you're feeling a little roughshod in this energy, make sure that you're applying self-care and be aware of some of it having to do with the come down of coming out of a moon that was so deep within your own sign work. How are you doing today, Floral and MB? Hi there, Albert. Welcome, Goalie Day. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Welcome, Mercedes. How you doing today, Elle? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Just started learning the tarot. Could you give me a few tips or something? Well, I'd say the best thing I can tell you is make sure that you're finding a good resource. You know, I always, I mean, obviously I have a biased opinion, but I have a class program that I teach monthly to help those who are effectively beginning their tarot journey. I like to, those classes are focused one card at a time. So for effectively, so far we've gone through the sum of the major arcana. We just completed our studies into the court cards, and we're now moving into the numerators. So we're going to be starting, that next class is going to be on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying and doing a deep dive into the ace cards. Now, what's nice about those classes is you can join those classes with absolutely no history in the tarot or a very robust history, and I guarantee you're going to be able to take something new from it that you did not know before. If you're interested in that, simply head over to my stack and you'll find there your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket entry into those classes. And if you sign up now as a paid monthly subscriber, you'll have access to the last 9 hours of classes. So it's a really good time to join because you'll effectively have plenty of time to kind of build a little bit of a safety net or a little bit of that understanding prior to us having that live class in a couple of weeks. Absolutely. Hi there. Oh, that's nice, Squealer. Thank you so much, Brian. How are you doing today? You were here yesterday. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. I need to point out, I'm going to just point this out, Mr. Yeshua did not tell you to worship Yeshua. Yeshua did not say, come to me if you want to live. Yeshua said, live as I do. So make sure that you're not creating the space by which you're just looking to worship Yeshua. Like Yeshua never said worshiping Yeshua was going to save you. They said living as Yeshua, being as the Christ. So just be conscientious of that, because if not, you've moved into the space of the false prophet. You can always ask a question here, Vanessa. If you want cards pulled, that is when we have the donations for the card pull. Absolutely. I mean, again, I need to point out you're creating a fear-based mindset, mister. And I need to stress Yeshua never taught anyone to threaten others with faith. There's nothing in the book. I've got several copies here that there's no place by which Joshua threatens and says, if you do this or else. And the fact that you do that is you moving you're moving into the position of adversary. So just be very conscientious about what you're potentially doing or where you're putting yourself energetically. I have a very simple rule here, same rule that Joshua has in the chat space. You have to be kind to be able to stay. And that is inclusive to those who are in the chat space, which is not threatening or being judgmental. It's also inclusive to me. So I hope that you're able to respect that. And if not, I hope you find the healing that you seek, because clearly the ability to potentially hold faith and trying to scare others with it is not what faith is supposed to be. Absolutely. And again, the fact that you're literally articulating, the fact that you're asking the higher power to make you rich, like that is, what is richness? What do you define wealth to be? What do we see that Joshua articulated wealth was in the book that you're referring to? I hope that you're able to return back to it and potentially understand the deeper messages that are in that text. Absolutely. How you doing today, Chip? Sending you support on your journey. And thank you so much. Absolutely. How you doing today, two redheads? Welcome, Arlena. How you doing today, Sylvia? Hi there, Chasing Sunsets. How are you doing today? Excellent. Hi there. I just found out my perfections for this year. I'm feeling I need some love. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Chasing, and I hope something that you find here will help you through your day today. Thank you for being here and being a part of this collective. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Persephone, for those likes. Welcome, Iris. Good to see you today. Cece, Soul Friction, how you doing today? Evione, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Evone, I'm not afraid I don't do medical readings here, but I'm sending you so much support and help on that journey. And I hope things go well for you. And I hope something that you receive here today helps you on your journey. Hi there, Mosaica. Thank you so much for those Heart Me's friends. Please remember, if you're joining us on the clock app, to recharge your Heart Me's if you'd like an Animal Oracle card on top of your free one card if you are a super fan. How you doing today, Ella? Good to see you. Already getting back that new place, pre-Gemini moon vibes. Yeah, right. It's that continuing of the recontextualization of the past. Thank you for being here, receiving these messages, Ella. And good to see you today, Per. You're the first one on the list today. You also have priority. I believe we're doing a dream. I think we're going to start with a dream interpretation, aren't we? Looking forward to it. Excellent. And good to see you today, Alexandra. Welcome. You're here early. Knicker fan, I didn't ask you to send me anything. These messages are here regardless of whether you send the donation or not. So I hope you're able to find something here that is helpful and supportive to you. Not being and again, simple rule, guys. Again, if you're in the chat, go ahead and look at the code of conduct to make sure that you're conveying yourself appropriately so that you get to remain in the chat space. All right, we are going to get started today. Nikki, you're here so early. You wanted to catch the frog. How are you doing today, dear? As I mentioned, we are going to get started today. It's a great time to get on the list if you want to secure a spot today. You will be the second person read for. You'll also be the first person to be read for once we complete the daily collective. I missed your compliment. I got to go back then. Absolutely. I'm such a Leo. I'm like, wait, Sin, where's our attention? Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I can't wait to see what happens for Leos when Jupiter moves into Leos. Because here's the thing about it. Jupiter in Leo, it just feels right. You know, it feels right. Jupiter in Leo, it just feels right. It's like bunk chunk. It's like chunk music. It's just the funniest thing. It's great. You know what I mean? I'm excited about it too. You know? I know. I'm feeling good about it. Oh, thank you. I missed that part. Thank you for the compliment. All right, friends, we are going to get started on our reads for today. The first person we're reading for today is Per. Before we get started with Per's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the high. How many days does we need to I swear, like when you're not here, it's the first, like the frog is the first card that appears. I also need to point out it's green everywhere. It's fine. It's fine. Just shake it off. Just shake it off. Okay. All right. I'm gonna pin up Per here. Per. Outside tea dream. We are starting our day. I love starting our day off with a dream interpretation. A nice dream interpretation just to cleanse the palate. Blue Virgo, so good to see you, dear. How you doing today? Excellent. All right, and if you want to get on the list right now, second person read for. Absolutely amazing time to get on the list. Before we get started on our dream interpretation, we got to bust out the dream coconut. Okay. Okay. All right. Dream interpretation. Outside tea, but probably too long. But probably too long to be outside tea. I don't think that's the case. It's never too long. I know what I dropped. And now I can't find the thing that I dropped. Hold on a minute. Where did it go? Oh, you're going to be like that today? It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Okay. Okay, fine. Outside tea. I was on my way home from vacation. I was traveling on a futuristic train where enormous screens hung in front of me with different pictures. My eyes landed on one particular screen with written on it, The Vampire Diaries, just like the TV show. The moment I selected it, the train disappeared. Suddenly, I found myself standing in a bright, spacious apartment with a modern interior located in the center of my own city. At first, I thought I had somehow ended up at the home of my old ex boyfriend. The man standing before me had slicked backed hair, perfectly styled with gel. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone straight out of a mafia movie. He seemed genuinely happy to see me. He lived alone. After a small conversation, I jumped into his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist. I kissed him, not once, but twice. At the very same moment, a thought crossed my mind. This isn't my ex at all. He looked surprised by my sudden action, but kissed me back without hesitation. Let me take care of you today, he said calmly. I'll cook you a steak. Stay here with me tonight. There was something incredibly confident, relaxed, and wise about him, a presence that reminded me of the Cheshire cat. I remember thinking that there was no way he could be around 40 as he looked. His presence felt old, as if it had existed for centuries. He left to buy groceries, leaving me alone in the apartment. I sat down on a large, sand colored lounge sofa. Behind me lay a small handgun. It was silver, decorated with polished marble wood. My eyes kept returning to it. I wondered why it was there. Strangely, it didn't frighten me. I felt safe, taken care of, as if for the first time in a long while, I didn't have to carry anything. But slowly, something began to bother me. How had I gotten here? Where was my suitcase? I had been traveling home with a friend. Where had she gone? And my cat? My cat was at home with my mother. Why hadn't I gone there first? Why was I sitting here in an apartment with a stranger who somehow made me feel completely at ease? Something wasn't right. And yet, nothing in the world sounded better than staying. I picked up my phone and hurried through my contacts, searching for my mother's number. Instead, my fingers accidentally pressed a contact labeled Robert's parents. I immediately ended the call. Still, that irresistible desire to stay remained. Just one more day, one day of being cared for by someone so calm and self assured that every ounce of tension seemed to melt out of my body. But the same thought kept returning. Suspicious. And then I woke up. I was lying awake in my hotel room. For several minutes, I remained perfectly still while thinking of the dream. The urge to go back was overwhelming. I closed my eyes again. For a brief moment, I saw the land beneath me growing smaller as I shot up like a rocket, racing back toward that place, that apartment, that man. I almost let myself return, but I pulled myself back and forced myself to stay awake. Since that night, all I've wanted is to go back to that feeling. At the same time, there was something suspicious about his energy. No real human could be that relaxed, that untouchable. Can we try and figure out who this Cheshire Catman is? Can I please get, and thank you for being the first person on list day. Can I get 5 cards, please? And one more. Thank you. Yeah, there. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, we're gonna get to it. So there's a few. We have to break this dream bat out piece by piece. Okay. So we're gonna go back to the beginning. The first thing that we observe is the fact that you're on your way home from vacation. Okay. And you were traveling on a futuristic train where enormous screens hung in front of you with different pictures. You said your eyes landed on one particular screen with it written on it, The Vampire Diaries. Okay. You said the moment that you selected it, the train disappeared. So this is working through, right? One of the things we often see in the context of dreams is that transportation devices often speak towards relationships. And what do we see that you're navigating? You're returning home from vacation, which potentially articulates the fact that you're ready to potentially pursue relationship again, which would be the observation of potentially taking a vacation or taking some time away from relationship to recalibrate the self. And now you're ready to return home, which is you being able to effectively look for the relationship that feels right for you. But what do we see you're doing in that futuristic train? You're imagining the ideal relationship, right? It's your Aquarius train. It's your ideal. It's unreal. It's futuristic. You see things there that you've never experienced before because when you're working into the ideal relationship, it's the conversation of understanding the shape of a relationship that's going to surprise you because you've never had a relationship like that before. And so, what do we see in terms of that? You identified the fact that there were enormous screens everywhere and that on them were things that were written. And you chose one that was called The Vampire Diaries. Now, we'll get back to that in a moment because what you potentially chose was the differentiation point between what you'd experienced prior to where you find yourself currently. So the Vampire Diaries is potentially the relationship pattern that felt energetically familiar, right? Which is potentially a relationship that feels like it energetically drains you. So this is you potentially articulating in the space of the ideal relationship, right? What happens when you're in the ideal relationship? It changes and it recontextualizes how you perceive past partnership. So it's the understanding that when you move into ideal relationship, that's the perception, right? That's how it's going to change your relationship to your own history, right? It's going to feel more potentially working through unhealthy relationship dynamics that felt like they drained you, right? And then left you when there was nothing else to be taken from you. Once you identified that, you said that the train disappeared because that is effectively the summary of what we're about to experience, but via the perception of the guides. Now, that is you having worked through those lessons. And what's fascinating about that is you're already on that train. right? It describes to you the work that you're currently doing that's allowing you to arrive to the next part of the dream. So it's a conversation that says to you, be conscientious that when you look back, when you're finally in that perfect relationship, you're going to look back and you might see some things about the old relationships that scare you, right? It's potentially frightening territory. It might even look more fraught. Like it looks even more fraught from a distance because it means that you're moving in the right direction. Then we see that you find yourself standing in a bright, spacious apartment with a modern interior located in the center of your own city. So now we see you in the ideal relationship that's embodied. We see you now from going from the ideal into the embodiment of it. Okay. And it's continuation of what we kind of articulated before we started the read, the work that we're doing right now with Jupiter and Cancer, which is the recognition point in terms of what it feels like to be outside of something versus what it feels like to be within. And what do we effectively see there? At first, you said you thought you somehow ended up at the home of an old ex partner, but instead, you find yourself there's a man standing before you. And you identified the fact that they carried themselves with a quiet confidence of someone that had a lot of energetic security. You identified them having a lot of personal confidence for themselves. And you identified further that they seemed genuinely happy to see you and they lived alone. So, what are we effectively identifying here? We're identifying qualities and characteristics that your divine counterpart will potentially embody, right? And what do we see there? Self confidence, self assurance, genuine joy in being in relationship with you. And the identification point of them living alone is someone who is very comfortable navigating independence, right? They're not looking for someone to take care of them. They're perfectly grown. They're capable of taking care of themselves just fine. You said after a small conversation, you jumped into their arms and wrapped your legs around their waist and you kissed him not once but twice because the second kiss, right, the second kiss talks about the levels of relationship that we energetically experience, right? The first kiss is built upon mutual attraction, right? The first kiss is built upon the mutual attraction that we feel for another, right? It's something that we feel more energetically compelled towards. We can't necessarily choose that first kiss. It's either the spark is there or it's not. The second kiss is the identification point of the ability to get to care about someone even more once you get to know them, right? It's the peeling back of the layers of relationship that allow us not to effectively, and you sometimes probably experience this, right? You potentially had those experiences where you felt very attracted to someone, but then you come to know them and you don't necessarily feel that same sense. You might even build up into a point of repugnance, right? But the second kiss articulates upon the fact of looking for a relationship with an individual where the more you come to know them, the more you come to love them, right? It's the holistic relationship. It feels good, it is good. It's not just based on the fact that you feel attracted to them, but you truly desire the person that you find within them. And what do you see? What do you see that one is the highest virtue that you're potentially looking in counterpart in? The ability for another person to energetically carry you, right? And that doesn't mean, you have to understand, it's a mytho-symbolic realm that we find in the dream space. It doesn't mean that you're actually looking for someone that can hold you up, but somebody who has enough of an architecture by which you feel strong enough to be vulnerable because you know that they can carry your vulnerability. And the fact that you identified that they look surprised by your sudden action but kissed you back without hesitation is further identification onto the authenticity of this person, right? Because they're not trying to energetically compel you to be attracted to them, right? But they're recognizing and identifying the naturalness of it, and they're eager to effectively find you there. And what did they effectively say in that moment? Let me take care of you today, right? And they immediately work to nourish you. Now we want to pause here, okay? We want to have a pause point because the first words that they potentially articulated to you that you've revealed are the exact opposite of the screen that you selected in the train, right? You selected the Vampire Diaries. And what did we talk about? What do vampiric relationships do? Vampiric relationships feel like they energetically drain us, right? They leave one energetically ravenous. They leave one in a space of exhaustion. What is this person doing? The exact opposite of that, right? They're not trying to take from you, they're trying to give to you. They immediately said, let me take care of you, right? They're asking your permission to be able to give you care. And they identified the fact that they're going to cook you steak, right? Steaks are often what you use to kill a vampire. But instead, we see here the relationship that isn't working to drain you, but working instead to energetically nourish you. And they articulated upon the fact that they desired that you effectively stay there. So you see, right? This is the holy trinity of healthy relationship. Okay, you got the holy trinity of healthy relationship here. You've got someone who wants to emotionally nourish you, right? Because they say they want to spiritually take care of you. They say they want to physically nourish you because they say that they want to energetically feed you, and they want to effectively allow you to rest. So they're emotionally nourishing your dream space because they're inviting you to effectively stay there for the night. And you said there was something incredibly confident and relaxed and wise about them. And you identified, and this is where we get interesting, okay? Because here's where we start to see a little bit of shadow work occurring, okay? And this is where we all have to kind of take a pause, because you said that there was something incredibly confident, relaxed, and wise about him. And then you articulated that those three characteristics remind you of the Cheshire Cat. And we need to take a little pause point here, because I need to point something out. I mean, maybe I'm incorrect here, but those are not the qualities and characteristics that I would potentially associate to the Cheshire Cat. The Cheshire Cat in the stories is ubiquitous. The Cheshire Cat in the stories isn't offering anybody anything. They're hanging up in a tree and saying ubiquitous things to everyone. Okay? So this is very interesting because you've revealed something about yourself that as a reader, I say, wait, there's something there we need to explore. I'm noticing a little bit of shadow work here because you just identified the three qualities and characteristics that I myself would never place upon the Cheshire Cat. The Cheshire Cat literally disappears, as like says something strange and disappears, right? Like they effectively articulate and they stay out of reach. Okay? So that ability of being able to navigate and recognize, right? The observation upon, and this is where you've uncovered a little bit of shadow work there. You're seeing, why is it, right? Why is it when you see someone confident, relaxed, and wise, you immediately ascribe them to someone energetically, naturally suspicious? Because the Cheshire Cat, if there is one word, that I would associate to the Cheshire Cat, is suspicious, because we're never exactly sure why the Cheshire Cat's there. What are they doing? Why are they saying ubiquitous things and then disappearing, right? So there, now we start to see something that needs to be unpacked in relationality to how you feel when somebody articulates the desire to potentially genuinely take care of you, right? Then you said you sat down as they left, leaving you alone in their apartment. And you sat down on a large sand colored lounge sofa. Behind you, you said that there was a small pew pew. You said it was silver and decorated with polished marble wood. And your eyes kept returning to it. And you wondered why it was there. but strangely, it didn't frighten you. You felt safe. You felt taken care of. And for the first time in a long time, you didn't have to carry anything. But slowly, something had begun to bother you. How had you gotten there? Where was your suitcase? You've been traveling with your friend. Where had they gone? And your cat. Your cat was at home with your mother. Why hadn't you gone there first while you were sitting in that apartment with a stranger who was somehow making you feel completely at ease? Something wasn't right. And yet, nothing in the world sounded better than staying. So, what do we effectively see that's energetically happening here? We see what potentially rises up in you. And this is what's beautiful about it, right? Because this is a conversation of what you have to be prepared for when you find your divine counterpart. And it's funny because I was trying to say counterpart and the word port came out. Counterpart, which is the modality by which you're working to navigate what happens when you feel energetically safe. Because, right, that effective weapon that you saw, that weapon was you, right? The counterpart was putting you in a circumstance or situation by which you felt energetically safe, right? And in the modality by which you started to feel safe, right? What happened? All of these doubts, all of these anxieties start creeping out of the woodwork in terms of effectively trying to disbelieve that something could be what? Something could be too good to be true, right? And there it is. Even in working through that observation, right? Your ability to effectively pick up the phone. But here's the thing, what's beautiful about it. You have to understand that the quality and condition by which the individual left that weapon there, right, is the energy that's potentially giving you all the protection you need to work through your own shadow work, right? They're literally putting themselves at their most vulnerable because not only are they energetically feeding you and nourishing you, but they've left you, right? They left you in their home, and not just left you in their home, but they left you energetic protection, right? And instead of observing the fact that they've given you everything you need to be as safe as possible, where are you projecting? Where are you projecting the anxieties and fears? You're projecting them, right? Are you projecting them out onto the self, or are you working through them, right? Were you building into the space by which you weren't trusting them, or were you working through something internally? And in that moment, the fact that you identified that when you picked up the phone to call your parent, you accidentally called someone else's parent, right? And this is potentially the observation of working through. And the reason you're having this happen, though, and this is why we understand it, is the observation of you potentially choosing the Vampire Diaries in relationality to the past work is the observation of having to have defense mechanisms because they were necessary. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of situation or circumstance that you're working to heal from where it felt like you had to double check another person's location. If it felt like another person telling you at face value where they would be or what they were doing, you had to go through some kind of harsh lesson about the fact that they weren't being authentic with you, which is why you potentially had that moment by which you went to pick up the phone to call your own parent. But instead, potentially, I'm assuming that that was a name that was associated to a past counterpart, the state or nature by which you noticed another individual's inability to potentially be authentic with you that required you to have to double check on them, which is why you saw that in the moment by which you were trying to call to find, be protective, that individual's family came up, because it's the observation of understanding the past experiences that required you, right? That created the trauma in you, right? That created the trauma in you by which you energetically felt that you had to energetically double check something. Now, you then said that you immediately ended the call, but still, the space by which you identified the desire to stay that remained is you doing the work effectively of understanding and navigating that this is what's going to potentially occur when you're working through a safe relationship. It's not the fact that you won't have those anxieties or fears energetically cropping up, but the modality by which you're able to effectively recognize or identify not only why you feel them, but why the fact that you feel them feel energetically reasonable. You then identified on a day of being cared for by someone so calm and self assured, every ounce of that melted away. Was you being able to identify the fact that even as you're going to go through that, those experiences are going to potentially crop up there. And this, but you said, even in that moment, right, you still had that word rise up, which is the word that you saw that was articulated as suspicious. And then you said that you energetically woke up in your hotel room. And for several minutes, you remained perfectly still while thinking on the dream. And the urge to go back was overwhelming. And you closed your eyes again. Now, this is bringing us into the space by which we recognize your own ability to potentially astral. Because I need to point out that ability to potentially return back to a dream with so much easement is highly unusual. It is not something that we normally experience. It's something that is very unique. So, the modality by which you are coming out of the dream space and then you're longing to return back to it allowed you to energetically find the dream again. It wasn't necessary for you to find the dream because it's a continuation on the reading that we gave yesterday, which was the observation of you building into, right, the ability to recognize the energetic signature of divine counterpart. So long as you know what that feeling is, you know how to energetically find it. So we see here that that's a continuation of that work that was happening both in, right, both in the dream space but also in your ability to return back to things having recognized or identified their energetic signature. In relationality to your final question, the Cheshire Cat Association is where your shadow work lives, because I'll be the first one to say that the qualities and characteristics that you articulated, I guarantee you almost nobody on this planet associates with the Cheshire Cat. Okay. But this is what's beautiful about our shadow work, because our shadow work is able to energetically reveal things to us. So this is where we can get to the bottom of some of the deeper healing that you're going through, right? Why is it, right? And this is where it begs the question. Why is it that when you're experiencing something where another person wants to do nothing but genuinely care for you, right? Your immediate association is there's something very sus there, right? There's something very sus there. There's something very suspicious. There's something very energetically anxiety inducing, because this is the mirror, right? This is the mirror work, because it's the space by which we see here, like this is the energy, right? This is the harmless energy that is articulated and done nothing but try to energetically protect you, even to the point by which they left you alone. They left you alone in their house, armed, armed. They left you alone in their house, armed and protected. And yet you're still like, you know what I mean? Like, and here's the thing I need to point out, and this is what's beautiful about the guides, right? The guides never tell us that what we feel is wrong or right, right? But the guys will frequently say in very loud letters, what's going on there? What's going on? Are you aware? Like, that's what the guys like to do. The guys like to be like, are you aware? Are you aware? Are you aware? And so that's effectively what the dream was trying to bring out. It was a guide. It was the guides trying to suss out. The guides were trying to suss out what remaining shadow work was there that had to be navigated, because your ability to be in that energetic position, right? And be like, oh, very nice, suspicious, suspicious, a little too nice, if you ask me, right? A little too nice. This is helping you understand and recognize where those energetic tendencies may have sprung from, right? The formation of the wound, as it were. Thank you so much for having that. I'm going to write these cards down for you because I feel like they're very important. I'm sure we're going to return back to them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And again, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a positively wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. And the first person read for once we complete the daily collective. Yeah, don't be suspicious indeed. Yeah, the steak. I know the steak cracked me up too. How you doing today, Sarah? And May, thank you for the follow. The collective has not been done yet, Cherry. We're about to get started. And just bear with me a minute. I always feel slightly offended by the hind, the position on the card. That's too funny, Ella. Grand Rising, Brew Virgo. I had a weird one last night, so I'm tired of these shadow work dreams. Well, tis the season, you know, with the planets we have where they are. Nikki. Hi there, Avatar. Was it a vampire? Spicy. But will there be fries? Amazing. Yeah, I didn't stay. Absolutely. And Holly, thank you for the follow. Purr's dreams are like the whole novel. I love them though. That's what's so great about them. Hi there, May. I have too many dreams that are so vivid and strange. I remember all of them. Yeah, May, here's the thing about it. That's such a gift to be able to have a very expansive ability to recall your dreams. These are dream interpretations. So if you want to get on the list, we read per dream. It's 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. And all you need to do is when you send the donation, just include the whole dream in the donation notes. If you become a super fan, you can post the dream info in our super fan only disco channel. I actually look forward to that. Thank you for the help, Nikki. As I mentioned, May, if you want to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'm happy to do a dream interpretation for you. But it was in its reversal. That's the thing about it, right? The modality by which you said, like, it's the space by which another person, like, that's what the counterpart's trying to help you with in the dream space. What could they have possibly done that would not make you feel like something was suspicious when they were doing everything they could to simply just take care of you? And thank you for the follow, May. Yep. This makes sense. I love a confident, caring, independent man. And thank you, Ella, for becoming a super fan. Yeah, don't be suspicious. This is my fave. No, I like it too. Yep. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person that we read after the daily collective is complete. It's the wisdom that threw me off. Right. Well, not threw you off, but made you feel suspicious, right? I'm so jelly. The Cheshire Cat's never come to me in my dreams. Yep. Oh, we just finished the reading, Bridget. But it'll be up in the normal places. Absolutely. Exactly. Too good to be true. But that's the nature of the shadow work you're going to have to navigate as you move into that perfect partnership. I know. I can't wait till she shares it too. Well, but here's the thing about it, right? This is why the guides care about you, right? They're saying, do you notice the tendency here to potentially self-sabotage? Mm-hmm. Oh, you dreamt about your counterpart last night, but you couldn't remember anything about it. That's intriguing. Well, you can get on the list for a dream reading with fragments. We do that here too. Absolutely. Are you kidding, Bridget? That's the connection to the name? Oh, that's fascinating. That is why, you know what? Here's the thing about it though. You're not off track based on some things that I've been seeing in your readings. But it's something I have to make a note on that. Hold on. Because you guys are helping each other in your work right now. I mean, you recognize that, right? Just bear with me. Okay. Cautionary tales. Cautionary tales. Yeah. I remember them being there. I remember them helping with something, but that's all. Okay, well, if you decide you want to read on that, Bridget, we certainly can try. Yeah. Oh, I can do that sometimes. I'm special too. You absolutely are, Nikki. Absolutely. Yes, going back to the shadow work, it's the ancient confidence. I love hold on, I got to write that down. That's a keeper right there. What does that mean? What does that mean? Again, what does ancient confidence mean? All right. I was really looking forward to the unspoken promise of dessert. You're so welcome, Purr. You're so welcome, dear. Yay, excellent. Really? Oh my God, that's so wild, Bridge. But that's what I mean. It could be like okay, though. So that helps because we're getting into the cautionary tale, right? So it might not even necessarily be something that you've experienced, but navigating others' cautionary tales. That's that's the Cheshire Cat. It's why the Cheshire Cat showed up. It's because it's a cautionary tale. Oh my God, that's so funny. Hold on a minute. You see, I told you guys are helping each other. A cautionary tale is the Cheshire Cat. Done. Thank you. Okay, that's what we needed. I appreciate that. Okay, great. Oh, that's fantastic. All right, my friends. All right, so we are going to get started on. If anybody else wants to get on the list for a dream interpretation today, this is what you can expect. 3 cards for a donation of 29. Or that's so wild. Oh, I love that. 3 cards for a donation, and that's why it was connected to there. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind that there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on the Daily Collective today, but if you want to be read for after the Daily Collective, you will be the second person read for today. It's a lovely time to get on the list if you'd like to. And if you wanted, here's the thing about it. If you want to have a dream interpretation after the collective, now's the time to get on the list because you can spend the time while I'm doing the collective writing down the dream, and then we can interpret it afterwards. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over the comments, and also for those joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Same benefits, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. Also signal and symbol decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our dream, you can for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. And thank you so much, Bridget, for getting on the list. You'll be the second person read for at the completion of the Daily Collective. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be on the third. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the whole list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Cable, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Thank you for the compliment, Hypernova. How you doing today, Triff? Oh, that's an interesting comparison, Grip. We're doing tarot readings here, Cast. Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Maya. Hi there, Sarah. How you doing today? Welcome from England, Lord. Absolutely. Welcome, Red. All right, let's get to it. Oh, you're so welcome, Perth. Thank you for giving me the ability to read for that dream. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, I can base it. I can try to pull the dream back out, given what you know about it. So as long as you've got a few remnants, we can see what comes back up. All right, my friends. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. But before we begin, why don't we warm up? Why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. We're going to do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, please remember we're doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen if you're joining us on the Clock app. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. So make sure, wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. That said, no better time. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you for that beautiful egg purr. All right, that said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your Daily Collective read for today, Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. We are going to be doing a full moon into new moon reading. We are going to see what we have been working through with the full moon and then observing how that's going to change as we move into this new moon energy. We're going to get started today with the first 3 cards in our spread. First card that we're working through with that full moon energy that we recently experienced. I'm not surprised to see it. 5 of Wands. So this is a continuation of what we potentially articulated that had to be navigated working through a Sagittarius full moon. Sagittarius full moons are wild. It's wild energy. It can often feel very amplifying. It can create a lot of fire in us. It can create a lot of that excitement in order to effectively move forward on things. It can also bring a lot of energetic frustration up. It can bring up old wounds, old feelings. It can aggravate. It can aggravate things that we've been energetically carrying for a long time, and it can motivate us to take energetic action into things. One of the things you'll recall that I articulated in relationality to navigating some of that full moon energy is making sure that you weren't taking, in a moment by which you were experiencing super strength, too much energetic weight as it relates to things that you're potentially working towards. Because a lot of it, like the nice thing about it, I kept on saying, breakthroughs, not breakdowns, right? The ability to effectively find sure footing that allows you to reach higher ground, beautiful energy for that. But what one had to be conscientious about was potentially making sure that whatever you potentially were moving towards in that moment was something that you could be energetically consistent upon, right? Having that point of strength that potentially allows you to be able to do something in a way that you haven't done it before. So we've got a lot of that force, right? We've got a lot of that force of effort. We've got a lot of that energetic encouragement. We've got a lot of that energetic pressure. But even in the space by which we see that, right, the ability to effectively take on more potentially allows us to be able to feel stronger. It was a strengthening moon. Now, this brings us to the second card in our reading today. The second card that we see is the Strength card in its reversal. Now, it's very interesting because if you follow along, particularly if you take my classes with me, you'll recognize that I have a little bit of a different perception in terms of what I astrologically connect the major arcana to. And one of the things you'll often see is I build a lot of connection points in my classes to the Sagittarian Connect card, the Sagittarius sign work connected to strength. Because what we effectively identify is it's the meeting point of the thinking self, right? With the deeper inclination, right? With that natural, which with the natural tendencies. And what we often see, and I often like to build a comparison point between the difference between Sagittarian and Taurus energy, is there's a correlation there that we potentially articulate upon the embodiment, right? The embodiment that is effectively placed upon what it is that we're trying to move towards, right? What happens when we're in alignment. And the thing about it is, when we're in alignment, and this is what's beautiful about it, as long as our intentions are well placed, right? As long as we are continuing to work in a healthy fashion, then alignment is beautiful, because alignment is being able to build into embracing the authentic, natural self, right? But you don't do that. You can't embrace the natural, healthy self unless you've got some strong standards, right? Like that's what a Sagittarius moon teaches us, right? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong about embracing, right, the full embodiment of oneself, so long as you're carrying strong standards in the context of doing so, right? And that's what's beautiful. That's what we talk about when we express integration and alignment, right? Alignment. You don't get to come into your embodied self if you haven't wrested control from your base urges, right? The ability to effectively calibrate upon something allows one to be able to do something in a sublime and divine way. And when we understand, right, when we understand that right, that our purpose here is to energetically harmonize, right? To work into harmony. Harmony does not mean the denial of things, but harmony is to work into the generosity of spirit that is articulated in being in our full embodiment, which is the unification point, right, between the lower self, right, the things that we feel that we don't, the things that we feel naturally, right? Versus the higher self, right? The aspiration by which one is able to attain or achieve something. And that is how we effectively rise into spirit. Because when you notice nature's tendency of moving upright, then you understand that that is the divinity that is articulated as it relates to the reaching or the climbing towards things. And when you do so, right, you have to do so in a way that is intentional and slow, right? Because what happens, right? What happens if you energetically grab for things? If you energetically grab for things too quickly, then you are effectively prioritizing, right, the need rather than the energetic feeling. But when one is working into the accommodation point of understanding the self, right, the ability of being energetically placed in such a way that one is able to move through experiences with a sense of patience, then it allows for the arrival into, right? That is the space by which one understands maturation, because maturation is the steady process of becoming more and more upright. And when we understand that, right, then we recognize or identify that that ability, right, that ability of being energetically upright is how we energetically convey what is energetically important. So we articulate, so here it is, right? And this is the hard part that we're also going through too with Jupiter in Cancer, right? Because Jupiter in Cancer often talks to us about the ironic correlation, if you will, between the difference about how it feels as we're embodying, right? We were talking about this before we started the podcast, right? Like there you are. There you are. Everyone's experiencing your bravery. What are you feeling? You're feeling abjectly terrified, right? There you are, right? There you are doing something, right? There you are doing something in like a slow, patient way. And what are you experiencing? You're experiencing the frustration in terms of how much time something is taking, right? So that ability of being able to have, right? And this is what we talk about, the situational awareness is the work that we do in terms of understanding the value of our energetic presence. And that valuation is different for every individual, right? And that ability of being able to articulate and define and move through things becomes energetically sublime. But even in the space by which we build into the sublimity of it, right? That work, it's frustrating, right? It's frustrating, and it's not just that it's frustrating, but it can often create those experiences by which, and this is why we have to talk about, like, we work through we work through our own feelings of insecurity, right? And this is what's beautiful, because Sagittarian energy helps us with this, right? Sagittarian energy, like, what do we talk about? Whenever I talk about embracing the cringe, I'm immediately driven back to Sagittarian energy, because as you're moving towards your authenticity, you're going to feel you're going to feel cringy, right? You're going to feel insecure, you're going to feel uncertain about yourself. But it's navigating that same sense of cringe, as it were, is working through, right? It's working through what is cringe, but the desire for others to feel something with the same depth that we ourselves feel it, right? And this is why you often see, like, whenever I associate Sagittarian energy, I always love cringe but free, right? That while another person potentially may navigate something and identify it as silly, it's silly until one is able to embrace the full depth and meaning of it, right? It's the ability, it's like our cringe is a gift that we give to the world around us when we're cringing compassionately, right? When our cringe is a gift that we give to those around us, then that is the sound of us moving with bravery through experience, right? Like there you are being your most brave environment. Like you'll be your most brave version of self. and you'll be cringing the whole time. But that's what's beautiful, right? Our cringe, our cringe is a gift to the world. And in the quality by which we do so, it liberates us, right? Because it gives others the ability to also move unabashed, right? And here's the beauty about it. And this is the third card, right? Unabashed. We have to talk about the word unabashed, right? Because what is unabashed? We often identify, and you have to recognize that there is a quality and understanding. And that when you recognize this, you'll work really hard to clear yourself of it. Okay. Ego, the ego is perpetually mortified, right? Why is the ego perpetually mortified, right? Because the ego operates from fear. And when the ego is mortified, it does things without thinking, right? It goes, don't do that. Don't do that. Failing to say why. Because when you recognize that the quality of the ego, the overactive ego, the quality of the overactive ego is to feel judged, right? There's the overactive ego. And the overactive ego, what is the overactive ego's highest fear, right? Others judging the ego, right? But the thing about it you have to understand is this is why we talk about an overactive ego is a purposeless pathwork. Because when you often the journey of people pleasing creates an overactive ego because you're putting your valuation on how others perceive you. But then there's the irony of it because there you are, right? There you'll be existing in a space by which you have no higher purpose beyond being as pleasant to others as possible that makes you effectively afraid to do anything, right? It's like it puts you in a freeze state, right? It literally, like, this is why we talk about the fact that the ego becomes fragile, because the ego becomes fragile because it's too worried about the weight of others' perceptions to move anything in any direction. So it creates, like, being overactive in your ego creates effectively a freeze state where you're potentially looking, right? You're trying to identify what'll please others, losing yourself in the context, because as you effectively try to move towards what others are pleased by, you forget more and more of who you were in the process. And the thing is, when you realize that everybody, right, what happens when everybody's like this? It creates a society of statues, right? There is the society of statues, a bunch of individuals that are putting so much valuation on what others think that they're afraid to move, failing to recognize that the same individuals that feel like that are feeling the same thing, right? So it's like a mirror world where everybody is too afraid of the quality and condition of doing something different that nobody does anything, and then everybody internally goes, why isn't anybody doing something, right? There it is. There is the energetic experience that makes itself that makes itself, it's ridiculous, right? You see, like, that's literally a ridiculous place to be, because it's everybody that's too afraid to do anything because they put too much weight on other people's perceptions. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, that ability of identifying, like the ability of identifying, like, silly conventions, right? That is the observation that allows one to be able to do something in a way that elevates, right? And it's returning back to the reason. It's returning back to the understanding that when we're doing something well, right, when we want to be unabashed, right, it's not about the space of being able to do anything. You can be unabashed as long as you carry standards, right? Because when you are being unabashed and you carry standards, then you see things that are not okay and you articulate, right? You articulate upon them. You move in accordance to it. And you have to be, right? You have to be pretty unabashed when you have standards. When you have standards, prepare to be unabashed, because, right, you will come up against ridiculous conventions of those that are potentially too afraid to change something because they put too much valuation or concern on how others feel about it, failing to understand whether they are in the same freeze state. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing this work, how do we move towards that? How do we heal that? Gemini new moon, authenticity. Our authenticity is a gift. And when we embrace our authenticity, right? If you want to start having standards, first step, you better start loving that. You better start loving that person you are. You better start loving that incredible being that is you. There is nobody here who has ever been the person that you are. And when you start loving yourself, it'll change the way that you see things, right? Because when you're not in the space by which you love yourself, then you look to others, right? And what do you look to others for? Tell me that I matter, right? Like that is what the unloved self says, the unhealed inner child that begs the world around them to reaffirm, right, what they have forgotten. The unhealed inner child will turn to the world at every moment, begging them to remind them of what they've energetically forgotten. But when we remember that we are energetically precious, when we remember that our job to be here is to love ourselves, we understand that that love is not selfish so long as it is proportional, right? So long as the amount of love I give myself, right? So long as the amount of love I give myself is as proportional as the love I would expect that you give yourself in return, there's nothing selfish about it because selfish is imbalanced. Selfish means something that you require more of, that requires others to have less, right? But to be in a space of loving the self, that is the space by which you are centering productively and healthfully, because that is the quality. And you'll see this, right? What will you see with those who care about themselves? They try to give that same level of care to everything. The care, like there's no love multiplies. Love multiplies. It's wild. It's one of the only things in this world that multiply. You go ahead, start giving yourself love. I guarantee you're going to start finding love in places you didn't expect. You're going to be like, what's all this love doing everywhere? Well, you're making it. I didn't know it was making it. I'm making it. You're loving yourself, right? There you are. There you are loving yourself. And as you love yourself, you're putting love everywhere, right? So long as, right? So long as that love is not special. And this is what we are continuing with working through. And this is what a Gemini new moon helps us with, right? The difference between special and precious. What is the difference between special and precious? Special, there's nothing special. You got to be very conscientious with any creed, any belief, any thought that starts by articulating the fact that you're special. I am here to tell you, you are not special, you are precious. And if you don't know the difference between special and precious, I'm explaining it to you now, right? Special is saying nobody else gets what I have. Well, just me. Nope, just special. Nope, special, 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 right? That's special. That is selfish. It is selfish to be special. It is selfish to say, I deserve something and nobody else deserves it. That is what special is. Precious, right? Precious is the quality and condition of understanding that every single person on this earth is absolutely precious, that there is no quantity or value that you can place on a single unique energetic signature. And when you recognize the fact that you cannot place a quantity or a quality or an amount on something that is precious, when you understand that something is the only unique signature of it, then you understand the difference between precious and special, because nothing is special and everything is precious. And when you conduct yourself in that way, watch how it changes. Watch how it changes your perception of the world around you. Watch how it changes your perception in terms of how you communicate. because it is the work by which we understand and work towards that that allows things to be healed. But the interchangeableness, right? The misappropriation of special, of precious, transforming to precious, transforming to special, is what creates all atrocity in this world. You want to go find the history? You want to go find the history of atrocity? Start looking for where you hear the word special applied. Start looking. All you need to do, if you want to find every history of atrocity that has ever happened, start looking for that word special that starts to replace the word precious. And for a lot of the energy working through that in this new moon energy, the ability to identify and recognize, to remember that our compassion is precious, that vulnerability is precious, that the ability of allowing one another to be in their authenticity is the most precious act. This is the understanding that there's no modality by which anyone has to ever fall in line when we are perpetually celebrating how precious each and every one of us is, right? There's always room to share. There's always room for more in the world of precious, because it's not the space by which you effectively special asks you to hoard. Special asks you to hoard. Precious asks you to give more. And for a lot of the energy doing this work right now, even in the context of that, being able to recontextualize the past, right? The recontextualization of the past that is energetically occurring with the observation and the arrival of what if you were precious the whole time? What if you were precious the whole time? How does that change? How does that change your experience? How does it change your relationship to your history? How does it change your relationship to the relationships that you are experiencing? How does that small shift change everything that has come before it? Because when we talk about coming into awakening, awakening is not discovering something that wasn't that just arrived. It's recognizing what was there the whole time. And those journeys, right? It's not one of searching. It's not one of seeking out. It's one of understanding what it's energetically about. And sometimes those modalities come through, right, as insights, right? This is why we articulate upon the idea of a revelation, because it's the understanding and the recognition of how energetically precious we are. And in the context by which we're able to identify and articulate that, right, that understanding that helps to move us into higher alignment. And I think it's very difficult because, especially with this Gemini new moon energy, right? That observation, right? Gemini new moons often introduce new perceptions, new qualities, new ideas. And what happens? Like, this is why you have to be very conscientious of getting too much into a fragile ego. Because what is the one identification point that you'll see of someone in a fragile ego, right? This way or the highway. No, I gotta look at things like this. I gotta look at things like this. Why do you have to look at things like this? And what does someone who's deep within their ego say? Because if I don't, and you can see the terror, right? You can see the abject terror in the eyes of those who are deep in their ego, because you realize that it's not because they don't want to understand, because they know it's true, because they say, if I don't continue to perceive something the way I perceive it, then what have I done? Right? There is the crash point of someone too deeply invested in their egoic journey, right? The energetic atrocities that occur in the fear of a perception that required you to do things that were energetically unthinkable for the sake of that perception, right? And any perception that creates the space by which you try to justify cruelty to another is a flawed mirror. It's a flawed window. What articulation would ever celebrate, what articulation would ever celebrate wanton cruelty to another in the space of identifying that something is energetically best? There's no force on this earth that would articulate that except for being too deep in one's own energetic egoic journey. Because the ego, right, when the ego is out of control, you will find it by the selfish choices it makes, all for the sake of trying to articulate that the selfish choice is for the betterment, right? There is somebody deep within their egoic state making the most selfish choices possible and then articulating to everyone around them that they're doing so for the betterment, failing to recognize that all they're doing is creating bitterness everywhere around them. This is a lot of the observation that we see that's happening with this Gemini new moon. And so that awareness, right? That understanding. Here's the funny thing about compassion. You want to know the wild thing about compassion? Compassion doesn't require an explanation. Wildest thing, craziest thing about compassion, craziest thing about compassion you'll ever recognize. Compassion never requires an explanation. And if it does, right? If it does, it's there, right? Even when it does, occasionally those moments by which maybe there's miscommunication, compassion always has a clear explanation. Compassion always is able to guide another person through. Compassion is able to effectively identify and go back to the source. Compassion leads to the source. Compassion always leads to the source, which is the identification of being able to articulate upon something that immediately allows another person to celebrate it. It's the identification of being able to see more, right? And that's what happens. When you are being compassionate, you're effectively imploring others to see more, right? And what does the ego say? Because I said so, right? The wall of the ego that articulates that something's for a betterment without any conversation or explanation versus the articulation and the definition that is potentially opened up that allows for the energetic flourishment. So that's what we effectively see that's potentially happening right now between this Sagittarian full moon leading into the Gemini new moon, right? The energetic stability that we potentially place upon things, the work that we potentially facilitate, the energetic observation of getting energetically brave so that we can do things in ways that we've never done them before, so that we can see things in ways that we've never perceived them before. Because when you are facing a universe that wants to grant your manifestations, when you face it bravely, you say, I want more, right? That's what you receive. It's the space by which you say, I'm ready for more. I'm ready to hold more. I'm ready to navigate more. I'm ready to take on more. But it requires, right? You don't get there. None of us get there unless we're ready to navigate it, right? Unless we're doing that work. And we never feel ready to do so. But it's our work in terms of articulating, right? When we build into the when we work in service of a universe that is caring for us by putting our energy back into it, right? Then that is the identification point by which you don't look at the universe and say why. You don't look at the universe and say, why is this happening? Why are you doing this? You say, how can I help? Right? How can I help? How can I facilitate? How can I work in service to moving these things in the direction that they need to go? Right? We answer, you don't wail. You don't wail against the universe and say why. You say, how can I help? You say, how can I help? How can I be of service? What can I energetically do that will allow something to be better than it has ever been before? Bottom of the deck on this reading, the Devil card, right? The Devil card in its reversal. Fear is a powerful drug. Most powerful drug in the entire universe. You know, You want to talk about wild drugs? Fear is a powerful drug. Your fear, not conquered, will have you doing things not because they're the right thing to do, but because they fear the fear, right? It's feeding the fear. And fear-based mindsets are often the space. People will create crazy, crazy stories to feed a fear-based mindset. There you'll see somebody, right? There you'll see someone who is energetically afraid. There you will see somebody at the height of their fear, and they will make the craziest story possible to feed that fear more, right? There it is. That's all you ever see. You just see people feeding fear with crazy stories, feeding fear with crazy stories that protect the fear, right? Don't go, right? No, can't talk about that. Can't do this. Why? Because the fear is there. Got to watch out for that fear. No, the fear will get you. And this is why we say, right? What is the first thing? What's the first thing an angel says? What's the first? What's the first thing? What's the first thing they say? Don't be afraid. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that you don't that means it doesn't mean that you're like crazy. It doesn't mean to get rid of your fear, but you make friends with your fear. You understand, you look at your fear and say, why are you here? Because that's the best thing you can do when you when you feel fear, right? The best thing you can do when you feel fear is say, what are you doing here? What are you doing? What are you doing here? Because sometimes, you've heard me say this. Sometimes the fear is just like, I just felt like stopping by. Remember that thing that happened when we were 3? Right? That sometimes the fear wants to reminisce with you, right? Sometimes the fear is like, I just thought, hey, remember that? Oh my God, that was awful, right? Like sometimes that happens. And sometimes the fear is there, like, I had a crazy idea. And being like, that's a wild thought, buddy. Sometimes the fear shows up and goes, actually, we gotta address this, right? We gotta there's something here that needs our attention, right? And so our ability, right? It's not the fact that we should ignore our fear, right? That's silly. The fear's there. Everything we have is a gift. Fear's there for a reason. But the only way we get there is by being able to effectively sit with the things that we're afraid of and say, why are you here? And in the space by which the explanation tells us everything we know about the direction that the work needs to go into. And sometimes the fear is very reasonable. Sometimes the fear shows up and it's got a real concern that needs to be addressed, right? And a healthy fear is one where the concern can be energetically shared. But our inability, right? Our ability to try to avoid our fears is the sound of atrocity committed, right? The modality by which we don't energetically work through it, but try to avoid it, remembering that the worst things in the world happen not because somebody wakes up every day and tries to hurt another, but because another person turns away and says, that's none of my business. The worst atrocity in these worlds is created by somebody going, that's none of my business. Everything. The universe, the universe is your business, then everything is your business. When the universe is your business, then everything is your business, right? It's not about avoiding things, it's about working universally. So we see that for a lot of energy doing that work, that's the work that's happening both within the self, both within the relationships, both in conversations, and in the space by which another person tries to project, tries to close their ears, right? Let those with ears hear, right? Because the ego doesn't want to hear anything. The ego wants to say you're talking nonsense. The ego wants to say, I can't hear anything from what you're saying. Because what the ego is saying is don't listen, right? That's what the ego says. Don't listen. Don't listen to that person making sense. Don't listen to that person making sense. When we care about each other, we stand in attention and we hold presence for one another. And that's the way that we energetically heal things. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Court of Pentacles. Our next class will be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material. You also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've navigated. I'll be having one out shortly on a lot of this work we see that's coming up for this new moon. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, so you'll be having that free reading. And Bridget, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm also, if you're on the hold list today and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Excellent. And here's the thing about it, Per. I didn't solve that puzzle. It was a group effort. You know, it was a group effort. I adore this collective as well. Thank you for being a part of it, Avatar. I appreciate you. Mm-hmm. If Nikki's not around, frog. I love that. That's why it's not a frog. Exactly. How you doing today, Andre? Welcome. Excellent. How you doing today, user UQ? A electric. It's a balance. It's working into balance, right? There's positive and negatives, and being too low or too high. Mm-hmm. How you doing today? 1 minute. Excellent. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Denise, good to see you. And Nikki, thank you as well for sharing the live. We know, Sim, we know, to my chagrin. And thank you as well, Raxmo, for the follow. Thank you for those hashtags, Nikki. I appreciate it. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Avatar, thank you for sharing the live as well. For the hashtag helps get things on the For You page, Avatar. And Jacqueline, thank you as well for those gifts. Oh, thank you. I just popped in, but what you're saying is resonating to me. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Sarah. How you doing today, Chris? Thank you as well, Nikki, for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you as well, Kay. That was beautifully stated. You're so welcome, Per. I'm loving this so much. Thank you, Laurel, for being here and receiving these messages. And Annie, thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one cards today. I take back my earlier statement about being special. Like Per. Nikki, I appreciate you. And thank you for those gifts, Annie. I appreciate it. Exactly. Nothing is special. Everything is precious. I needed this. You're so welcome, Kay. Thank you for receiving it. Those who seek shall find. I love that. I think we're all chosen, yet not everyone chooses themselves, but there's always time to do so. Tap to claim, Laurel. I'm going to pin you up. Guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. Absolutely. Choppy, thank you for the follow. Yep. Yeah, don't be afraid. Exactly, Sarah. Mm-hmm. I'm telling us the whole time. You're so welcome, Per. Mm-hmm. Oh, you remembered. You can think about the dream. Absolutely. Oh, really? Shark dreams. That's interesting. You're afraid of caterpillars. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's wild, Bridget. Used to dream about sharks in your grandparents' pool. Yeah, this just validates there are legit reasons for fears. No, I mean, there's definitely, like, here's the thing about it, but you can only do that if you're ready to sit with your fear. Have a great day, Kay. Mm-hmm. And thank you. Welcome, Belle. And Snow, thank you for the follow. Tail, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm now inspired to request a reading in relation to irrational fears. I mean, that's fair. Hi there, Yuta. Thank you for receiving these messages. I'm so glad to hear that you're happy. How are you doing today, above? Thank you. Have a great day. All right, let's continue right now. So we're going to get started on personal readings. The first person that we're reading for today is going to be Nikki. Nikki, can you let me know if you have if you are doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, we read for here. Life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and signal and symbol decoding. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Yes, dream in the disco. And also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, it's a lovely time to be added back to the hold list. You just need to let me know the date you were added on. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, I just need to know. You can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. I tell my kids to be aware, but not to fear. I love that, Sarah. I've had reoccurring nightmares of lions. But as you heal, you become friends with them. That's incredible. I love that. Thank you for sharing it. All right, let's get to it. I'm going to be pulling up our dream, the dream. And just a reminder, friends, if you have a dream that you would like read for, just include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our Disco channel. Okay. Nikki, where's your dream? Oh, you sent it privately. Is it inside T or outside T? Oh, it's inside T. Okay, cool. Hold on a minute. Yep, no problem, dear. Okay, we've got an inside T dream. I need a moment to read over. While we do so, okay, mostly outside. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's some inside and outside. I see it here. Okay, correction. All right, we don't need a hearth warmer. All right, give me a minute. It's inside, outside. It's inside, outside T. Inside, outside T. Okay, before we continue though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8. I was thinking the same thing. Bridget. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. We'll do it again after the next read. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Oh, interesting. Thank you. Okay, I understand why it's inside T now. Outside T. We're going to get started in this dream, but you know what we do before we start our dreams? We got to start with our dream coconut. All right, let's get to it. Outside T. I had a dream that my ex and his wife were both there, though she looked different and more attractive than she does in real life. Throughout most of the dream, I was packing a suitcase and getting ready to leave. At one point, my ex seemed to have multiple clones of himself. There was also a strange scene where he appeared to be getting reprimanded by his boss. The weird part was that I didn't actually feel like his real boss. It almost felt like another version of him, or one of his clones was the one reprimanding him. I became aware that he and his wife had gone to a doctor's appointment, possibly related to a pregnancy. When they returned, she started questioning him about his relationship with me and looking through old text messages. She seemed suspicious that there was more to our history than she had realized. At some point, it became apparent that she believed my ex and I had been intimate together before. She said that the way that we moved and interacted with each other made her think we had done this before, which led her to start looking through the messages for confirmation. She became increasingly upset as she put the pieces together. The messages themselves were not overtly incriminating, but there were subtle references and undertones that seemed to support her suspicions. My ex became defensive while she continued questioning him. The whole time I mostly stayed out of the conversation and focused on packing my things. Even my cat was there and I had to pack her up. I didn't want to get involved in the drama and largely responded as though I didn't know what she was talking about. Toward the end of the dream, my current partner called me. I felt immediate relief and happiness. I put him on speakerphone so everyone could hear him and called him Boo Boo and felt grateful to be reminded of my current relationship. After that, I left. 4 cards, please. Hmm. So this is you coming to the completion of the karmic healing related to this situation. And we see that being represented in the observation of you potentially packing your things. So you packing your things is effectively reaching a point by which like you're effectively you've come to the like you probably already been at this point. Like it's not, it's something that is behind you, and your energetic assessment of it is what you consider and identify as complete. However, and I need to point this out, this is why we talk about the difficulty between something like the difficulty between karma that we've cleared versus another person still in the thick of their karma. And it has to potentially do with the observation of what something that you're potentially seeing in terms of another person perfectly happy remaining in a toxic relationship, right? And what do we effectively identify is a toxic relationship? A toxic relationship is the ability to remain within a relationship that one knows is unhealthy, but one is afraid to energetically let go of. So, what do we effectively see? And I want to describe that something about the quality and condition of the relationship that you experienced. We don't talk about this enough. Some energy has a high tolerance for toxic relationships. Some energy actually seeks. Some energy, if you haven't healed from your trauma, you will seek a toxic relationship because it allows you to feel most comfortable. So what do you effectively see? What are you identifying that's allowing you to effectively move away from a situation? You're observing 2 incredibly toxic energies, right? And so what are you seeing in the dream space? Okay? You're identifying an experience between looking at a past counterpart and the person that they're in relationship with. But the fact that you identified that the individual looked more attractive and they look different than they do in real life has to do with the fact that you potentially feel like you know the ugly truth of the relationship, right? So you're literally prescribing, like this is your energetic assessment that's allowing you to effectively move on from something, which is potentially identifying a relationship that looks good on paper right? That looks really nice, that looks very aesthetically pleasing, or someone that chooses a relationship based on how much it impresses another. But the fact that you identified that it doesn't look like that, like they look better than in real life, is you potentially understanding the ugly truth of the partnership. And you said throughout most of that, you said you were packing a suitcase and getting ready to leave because this is you effectively identifying that quality. And it seemed that the person, the ex in question, had multiple clones of themselves, because you have to understand that when one is deep within one's ego, then one does not look for energy that challenges the self, but rather energy that works in an echo chamber, right? This is often what happens with energy that's too vain. Energy that's too vain often ends up surrounded by energy that does not have their best interest in heart at heart, but instead tells them things, right? Instead tells them things that make them feel that encourage them in their worst energetic behavior. So then you said, right, in the space, but and here's the thing about it. Vain energy is surrounded by entertained energy, right? Vain energy is surrounded by entertained energy, which is the saddest condition for energy to occupy, because when vain energy is surrounded by entertained energy, then the advice that they receive is not the advice that's best for them, but the advice that gives those around them the most entertainment value. Okay? So that's why you see the energetic similarity there, because you're probably noticing an awareness of the energy around them, right? Giving them advice that isn't necessarily for their best interest, but, right, is incredibly entertaining to watch another person embark upon for the sake of those that are surrounding them. And so this is also further amplified by the fact by which you said there was a strange scene where it appeared that they were getting reprimanded. But the weird part was it didn't actually feel like their boss. It felt like another version of them who was reprimanding, which is the observation. And this is what's so difficult about it. When another person is giving an individual advice for entertainment value, right? The feeling, right? It's the space by which you might have had to navigate that you couldn't trust the energy surrounding this person, because, right, it's not the fact that they care about them, but they hold them as a point of endearment, right? It's like the person themselves are their plaything, rather rather than the force of care, right? Rather than the force of care that they should apply. So, what are they doing? The fact that they look like clones means they're living vicariously through them, right? And what happens when you've got somebody reprimanding you, right, who's living vicariously through you? Then you recognize that the advice that you receive isn't going to be the advice that's best for your person, but the advice that feels like it either entertains, right? Either entertains another, or that another person is getting gratified, right? The strange gratification of another person who feels that they're vicariously living through another, right? That might be putting them in the state by which they're perpetually worsening, right? So this is you observing the quality and condition of somebody going through the worsening, which is somebody who gets upset when another person starts making good choices of themselves because they no longer feel that they can live vicariously through them. You then noticed, you became aware that them and their wife had gone to a doctor's appointment, possibly related to a pregnancy. And when they returned, you said that they started questioning them about the nature of the relationship between the two of you in the past, and started looking through old text messages. And you articulated upon the fact that it seemed that there was suspicion there as to whether they were fully open about what effectively occurred between you. So, this is a continuation of the fact that you're potentially leaving a situation never fully knowing whether how authentic another person was, but having a very strong suspicion that another individual has no idea the full shape and nature of a relationship that they potentially had with you. But yet, where do you see them? Do you see them leaving like one should in a situation in that way? Or do you see them remaining, right? So their own tendency to potentially stay within a toxic relationship. You identified that at some point it became apparent that she believed that you and them, there had been more to the story that she knew. And she said that the way that you guys moved and interacted made them think that there was more to it, which led them starting to look for things for confirmation. So immediately we already see the fact that even in the dictation of that, the recognition of someone who does not believe that their partner is being honest with them, right? And that in itself should be the final straw, right? Being in a situation by which you don't feel like another person is fully revealing to you something should be cause enough to leave. It should not require further confirmation. And what do you identify was happening there? Becoming increasingly upset as they put pieces together, because the messages themselves were not overtly incriminating, but there were enough references and undertones to support her suspicions. And what do we see that happens in that moment? Does the person become authentic? Does the person reveal to them the full extent of something happening? No. They instead start gaslighting them, right? And getting energetically defensive while the individual was questioning them. So this is you basically seeing their tendency, right? The tendency of both of those individuals to have a high tolerance for a profoundly toxic relationship. And again, the whole time you identified in the dream state that you stayed out of the conversation and focused on packing your stuff. Because that's the thing about it. You being in a healthy place, that what else is there to see? Right? What else is there to possibly see? It's not going anywhere good. You said even your cat was there and you had to pack her up as well, because that potentially articulates the fact that you no longer even find someone remotely attractive, right? That even in the context by which you see the amount of toxicity that they potentially navigate, not only, right, this is why you're leaving, because not only do you find it deplorable, but it's also killed any attraction that you ever felt for them in the first place. And why? Because again, you're healed. You articulated what a healing person would say. You don't want to get involved in drama because a relationship shouldn't be drama, and largely responded as though you didn't know what they were talking about. So you even saw a tendency of energy, right? Toxic energy likes to pull other people into their drama. And so we see you in the dream space, not only being getting ready to leave, but doing everything you can not to be pulled into their illness. Toward the end of the dream, you said that your current partner called you and you felt immediate relief and happiness. And you put him on speakerphone so that everyone could hear. And you called them an endearment. And you felt grateful to be reminded of your current relationship. But why do we see that one of the healing moments that was happening there was the observation of the counterpart calling you now and then you referring to them as an endearment? Because that is a relationship that is fully in its authenticity, right? There's no anxiety in relationality to what you effectively mean to one another, right? You hold them, right? You hold them with a sense of endearment. And not only do you hold them with a sense of endearment, it's something that you articulate loudly and proudly so that everyone else can hear it. So that ability, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this was a relationship that you felt there was a huge portionality of it by which another person tried to articulate that you couldn't speak upon, you couldn't talk to them, you couldn't tell anybody what you meant to each other, you couldn't tell each other what you felt to each other, you couldn't feel the fact that it was energetically existing, because the modality by which you're having a healing moment is because you're in a relationship that's helping you understand what it feels like to be held. And being held, to be held truly, is to be claimed. And to be claimed by our counterparts is having the same names for each other, right? So the modality by which not only did you have them on speaker, but you had an endearing name, right? That they themselves recognized and they did not mind others hearing, was the ability of being in a relationship that is holistic and whole, because, right, there's no confusion. There's no confusion between you as to what you mean to one another. And that observation, right, that's how you see that the relationship itself is helping you heal. Because a beautiful relationship can often, we don't, and here's the wild thing about it, right? We don't need, in order to heal, we must not need relationship. But a good relationship can deepen our own healing. I'm going to say it again. In order to heal, we must not need a relationship, but a good relationship can deepen the healing that we ourselves have begun. And that is why we see the fact that that observation point, right? And I need to point this out. Um, if they're boo boo, that makes you yogi. If they're boo boo, that makes you yogi, which means you coming into your wisdom, right? You coming into your wisdom is how you energetically found them, right? There you are finding your deeper self, right? Finding that understanding, that inner knowledge of what is right. And through the journey of your healing, you found your energetic counterpart. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here and experience them. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway here. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 10.5K, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. How are you doing today, Dustin? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And sending you support on that journey of healing, Antonio. Nikki. Just making bird noises. I love it. You knew it was an eagle. Good job, Shani. Well done. Absolutely. I know. I love it too. I thought we were done with this, but it is done. Like this is you kind of coming into the culmination of that understanding. Virginia, thank you for the follow. Surprise, surprise. I also can't continue. I also can't until my readings are always including. But they're going to come up, right? Because it's you kind of having the assessment of the lesson. Facts. Oh my God, that's the high priestess. Yeah, it is the high priestess, right? And look, I need to show you, right? That's you being like, I don't need to say, I don't need to stay. I've seen everything I need to see, right? Like that's you being like there's nothing more to see here. Yeah, I'm glad I can attest to that. So glad I healed it. I felt like I was plopped into their world. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, you were too argumentative, right? Because you were saying you weren't argumentative. You were saying things that they didn't want to hear. It's not argumentative to say things that another person doesn't want to hear. Yeah, and Tasha, thank you for the follow, dear. I feel that. Thank you, Virginia, for also receiving these messages and sending you support on that journey. Yeah, not leaving. Yeah, big gaslighting, right? So you're literally watching an energy, like watching somebody literally getting gaslit and choosing to remain in the gaslight, right? Like that's what you were watching. Like a situation, like somebody who's just watching themselves be gaslit. Yeah. It almost felt like you were dream walking. That's wild. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no confusion. Yeah, this is very true. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you as well, Avatar. Yep. Oh, Nikki, thank you. Hold on a minute. Oh, you're gifting the reading to Melissa. That's beautiful, Avatar. Thank you. You'll have an additional card in your reading. Excellent. I will add Melissa. And thank you, dear. Mm-hmm. I had a very similar dream last night. Oh, well, I'm glad this message helped you as well with that one, too. I forgot my scuba gear. Watch out for the sharks. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Nikki. Thank you for having that reading with me. Hi there, blessed. Make sure that you're starting by loving yourself, right? Everything changes in that light. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's a lovely time to get on the list if you'd like to get on the list. I will not be on as long as I typically am today. So if you want to secure a spot on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. All right, we read for here. Highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and signal decoding. Dream on the disco. I got you, dear. I love how this collective supports each other. We're doing a dream day. I like this. We're having a dreamy day. Absolutely. I'm here for it. Okay. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. And just a reminder, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted today, all you need to do is put the dream in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a super fan or paid member, include it in our super fan only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Before we continue though, I've got the animals oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm gonna pin up Bridget here. And thank you for the follow, blessed. Yeah, here's the thing about it. Honestly, it wasn't really feeling like shadow work. It feels like karmic closure, right? Like the guides are showing you why you're ready to close that karmic lesson. I got you. I always feel bad when you dream of my ex, but my current partner always shows up to save the day. Here's the thing, we have to kind of remove the stigma. Like one of the things I like doing with these dream interpretations is understanding. We have to remove the stigma in terms of dreaming about our ex partners, because you have to understand, when you understand that the world's intentional, and there are lessons to be had, then it's not surprising that we often have these experiences by which we are reintroduced to something so that we can perceive it through the current eyes of perception, right? We can't be mad at each other for having those dreams. Nobody wills them into being. And I think that it's actually really healing for those who effectively have dreams here, because you understand that it's most normal thing imaginable to have dreams about the ex, and and we often talk about this here. Having a dream about an ex does not reveal some kind of, like, perfect example. This is not a dream that defines some kind of deep longing for this individual. It's showing you exactly, right? It's you healing because it's showing you exactly the full scope of trauma that you energetically experienced and why you energetically moved away from something in the first place, right? So when we have these conversations about the dreams related to exes, there's a lot to be found there related to our own healing journeys, but we have to be in the space by which we're ready to admit that they occur, right? Without feeling shame or sadness about the fact that they're happening. So, and thank you for that. So Nikki, to a certain extent, thank you for having the bravery to put these dreams here so that others can see that as well. Lady P, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you had perfect example. Minnie had like 3 or 4 dreams over the last couple of weeks about an ex. And again, with this type of energy, like, again, I've been saying, like, a lot of this work that we're seeing is about recontextualizing the past. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't be surprised if exes are coming up like hotcakes right now in the dream space. Okay. Thank you, Tony, for reposting. I appreciate it. Claire, good to see you. 111, tap to claim. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. Speaking of dreams, we're having such a dreamy day. We're going to have a dream interpretation now for Bridget. Where'd Bridget go? How you doing today, Math? There she is. All right. So, guys, I pinned up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. You know what we do when we've got a dream that we're interpreting? Dream coconut. I like that. Outside tea. I'm trying to piece together a dream, and it's honestly driving me a little crazy because I remember waking up in the middle of the night thinking, I need to remember this. And now most of it feels fragmented. What I do remember is my counterpart being there. It felt like they were trying to support me through something. Their presence felt incredibly steady, reassuring, and consistent. There was a strong sense of urgency in the dream, but it didn't feel like it was coming from a person or conflict. It felt external, almost elemental, like some kind of natural disaster, unstable weather, or environmental event. We needed to move carefully and be mindful of it. The environment itself felt strange too. I vaguely remembered exposed beams or wires, almost like we were in a place that was crumbling. We weren't trapped exactly, but it did feel like we were somewhat confined or unable to move freely or easily out of space. I remember his arms tightly wrapped around me, and his lips were resting against my hair in this small space. I remember feeling urgency and uncertainty, but he felt incredibly calm in contrast. Then at some point, we shifted away from the exposed wires together, and there was a noticeable feeling of relief when we did, like we'd moved out of immediate instability. Got it. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Okay. I gotta put like here's the thing, okay? Um, and your dreams, like the reason your dreams are going to be more elemental, and you know what, you're already answering it for me, is because you and your counterpart, like when I can't wait till I get to sit down with you and walk you through me putting a bunch of pieces together, because once I do so, okay, it is going to kind of blow the doors off of things to a certain extent. So you have to understand that there's something very humorous that's happening right now, because I got a very major download about the whole sitch the other day. Um and when like the thing you have to understand is, and we talked about this to a certain extent, um the whole energetic argument between you and a counterpart that I'm picking up is the fact that you left a situation with one person absolutely devastated and angry about a choice that you were making. Okay? And when I articulate to you the level of the choice that you were making, like, I literally, the word that comes out is they felt profoundly like you were doing something that you said was best. They felt you were violating, right? That was the argument that you were having with someone, which is you being like, I know what's best, and somebody else saying, who gives you the right? Like, who gives you the right to get to arbitrate what's best or not? Right? Like, that is the level, right? Like, that is the level of anger that occurred in the space by which there was separation. And I got even more details on why, on their perspective on it. And the worst part is they had a point. Okay. They had a point. I see it now. I get it now. I understand why this energy was so irate with you. Okay. I understand it. Because when you see the full context of what was occurring, whew, oof. Okay. Okay. Now, to amplify this, we have to leave this, we have to pick this back up on where we left it off, which is to say, by which you literally gave a caveat. You gave a caveat. Not only did you leave a situation, you gave a caveat as to when you would return. You gave a very important caveat. Okay? There was a caveat that you gave. And the thing about it is, when you were in spirit, the best way I can describe what I was reading into was when the caveat occurred and someone notified you that you were energetically needed, you were still not inclined to return. Okay. Somebody came up to you and was like, I'm here about the caveat. And you're like, get out. Like, you were like, no. You were just like, no, I get to decide what the caveat is. That's not the caveat. You literally were like, no, I'm not interested. I did not subscribe to this newsletter, right? You tried to get out of the caveat, and your counterpart knowing you, your counterpart knowing you, and your disinclination to follow the caveat, took the caveat for you. They took the caveat out for a walk, right? And that did not aid. That did not aid to the situation. That did not aid to the situation. That they doubled down. They doubled down is what I keep on getting. They doubled down. Okay? They took that caveat, right? They took that caveat and they ran with it. They took the caveat and they ran with it without a second thought. And I can, and even you going like, they did what? They did what? Without consulting you. Hurts, doesn't it? Like, I have never read a situation by which an individual comes back out of spite. Okay. I have never, congratulations. I've read for a lot of people, but coming back out of spite, man, that takes the cake. That's a cake. That's a cake. That's a cake that I didn't even know you could make. But somehow someone made that cake and they jumped at the opportunity. They jumped at the opportunity to take the cake, is what I keep on seeing. And so that adds to, this is why you needed this. Like, this is why everybody else in the situation was like, we're going to give you guys your space. We're going to, like, they did not want to be anywhere near you two. Okay. Nobody wanted to. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because the amount of emotion between you two, okay, is elemental. All right? Because it's like you both, like, and I like to point this out, and I always talk about this. Sometimes, and here's the hard part, sometimes we come here to heal a karmic lesson. Sometimes we come here to look at another person and go, you know what, that was awful. I shouldn't have done that. You were right. And then sometimes we come back to go, I would do it again. I would do it again in a heartbeat. I would do it on a plane. I would do it on a train. I would do it here or there. I would do it everywhere. I would do it anywhere. I would do it anytime, anywhere. Nothing would stop the choice. It's just understanding. We just come back. We just come back to stick the landing. Okay. We just come back to make it clear to, like, for another person to understand. Right? We come back for another person to understand why. Right? And so that's why, like, this energy, like, this is what it's going to feel like when you're in relationship with this person. Okay? Because the two of you, just reading into the two of you, it's like an unstoppable force meets an impenetrable object. Okay? You're both very hard-headed. You're both very hard-headed. But in a good way. In a good way. Okay? Like, I'm not saying, like, I mean, again, I say that with, like, in a very, like, I say that in a very loving way, which is to say, like, like that type of love, like, I'm going to so I feel, and so, even, and I need to add to this. The observation, okay? The mytho-symbolic architecture of the fact that you had one thing in the house break that created two completely different problems. All right? One thing, like one thing breaking, right? The mytho-symbolic architecture of something, one thing in your house breaking, one thing happening that caused two different problems was literally the guides being like, trying to be like, do you see what we've been trying to deal with this whole time? Right? See what we're trying to deal with? No, it was one thing. No, I got one thing, needed completely different lessons. Right? Like the guides being like, this is why we needed to take so much time on something. All right? 40 years. 40 years. One fracture, two completely different things that need to be addressed is what I keep on getting. One issue, completely different lessons that needed to be corrected from it. And so the dream, right? And I think that we talked about the dream is the fact that you guys have basically come into baseline. Right? Like literally, right? This is the energy that keeps on articulating that you guys have arrived where you left off. Right? It's taken this long. Took this long. And so the thing about it is the fact that you said, so now with all that said, with all that shed, is what I want to say. With all that shed, let's get back to the dream. Okay? Because that's all the stuff that needed to be shed to get to the dream space. All right? You remember, right? The parts that you remember that are fragmented, I guarantee you the reason, like a lot of that had to do with this, which is the observation of how long it's taken. right? And you said there was a strong sense of urgency in the dream, but it didn't feel like it was coming from a person or a conflict. It felt external, almost elemental, right? Because what's basically happened is you reached the inevitability point, right? Which is not the space by which you need to do more work to heal, but the meeting is inevitable. And the fact that you literally and how do you feel about that inevitable meeting, right? You probably got a lot of strong feelings upon it. Kind of a sense of like similar to like a natural disaster or an unstable weather system or an environmental event, right? And what are the guides articulating to you, right? You're getting the same message in the dream space. You guys are going to need to be a little careful and mindful about that. Okay, you're going to be a little, you have to be a little careful and mindful about the feelings that you inspire in each other. Okay, because you know, like on site, it's giving me like on site. I think this might be like an on-site situation where you're just going to be like I think that you guys are going to kind of recognize each other immediately, right? Which is going to potentially feel weird because you're going to feel very careful and mindful about the fact that you can tell that there's something energetically different in the modality by which the feelings that you inspire in each other, right? The feelings that you'd inspire in each other are going to feel very monumental for that for that reason. And you said the environment itself will feel strange too. You said you vaguely remember being exposed to beams or wires, almost like we were in a place that was crumbling. Well, yeah, that's whose fault is that? Whose, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Caveat. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that caveat? Right? You set the terms. You vaguely remember exposed beams were wild, like the place was crumbling. Who set the terms? Caveat is what I keep on seeing. And you said you remember their arms tightly wrapped around you, and they were resting in your hair in a small space. And you said you remember feeling urgency and uncertain, uncertainty. But I have to write that word down. And I think it's interesting because the word uncertainly that kept on forcing itself out of my mouth is due to the fact that like you're having like it's a lot, it's there's a lot of emotions there, right? So it's having to navigate, right, the the uncertainty, which is the fact by which you might feel like you're potentially going to feel a lot of feelings for someone that feel, I keep on hearing the uncertainly is having this well of emotions there that shouldn't exist given the short time that you've known them, is what I keep on getting, right? Having to experience the well of emotions that potentially arise that feel incongruous given the time that you know each other, right? Like it says to a certain extent, like be prepared for the floodgate. Um, okay. And then you said, but again, even in that sense, you felt incredibly calm, right? So you felt feeling urgent, and they felt calm, right? So you potentially identifying, right, like working through, like this is how the feelings. This is what I meant. Remember, two different things happening from one wound. You're gonna feel urgent. They're gonna feel calm, right? You're gonna be the one that's like, I don't know about this, and this person's gonna be like, I've never been so certain about anything in my life. I've never been so certain. I've never been so certain. Like you're gonna be like, are you sure about this? Like this is gonna be you being like, I don't. Are you sure about this? And then being like, I've never been so certain about anything in my entire life. It's like, and then you said at some point you shifted away from the exposed wires together, and there was a noticeable feeling of relief when you did. You'd moved out of immediate instability, right? And so what I actually think, the thing I keep on seeing here, like the reason I feel I wouldn't be surprised, I would not be surprised if this was a dream walk. To be perfectly, I like looking at this dream, I would not be surprised if this was a dream walk, which is the fact that by which like the observation of you potentially energetically connecting to them in the dream space and being like the reason that you're like, I have to remember this is because the thing about it is when you meet in the dream space, right? When you dream walk in the dream space, the 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 walls come, I know it's gonna sound weird, the walls come down. Okay. And that's why, you remember, you see the fact that there were exposed wires, everything, the walls come down because you understand, like you understand the full shape of the Akashic, right? So it's like it's saying to me that yeah, and thank you, like the fact by which the reason you were like, I need to remember this, and why you're not going to, it's, it's annoying, isn't it? It's annoying, isn't it? It's a little, it's annoying, isn't it? Yeah, I know. You want to remember that dream, don't you? I bet you want to remember that dream. You probably really want to know what you guys were talking about in there, huh? Pat had probably had some real sharp things to say to each other. It was a long time coming. Just be patient. You'll have that conversation one way or another. It's just going to be spread out over a longer period of time, right? Because I have to say, energetically, like what the dream was saying is energetically, you guys have arrived in the same space, right? Different ways of getting there, right? For you, it's incredibly urgent. For them, they're incredibly calm, right? But that's what's brought you there, and in the space by which you've done so, right? Like it says to me, like this was like less a dream and more an energetic visitation, which is why I'm sure that you were probably very, very. Yeah, I bet in the moment by which you remember waking up, you were like, I know, you're like, I need to remember this, but you weren't going to. Like you weren't going to need to know. Like the guys were like, just wanted to see how that would go. It feels like the guys being like, I feel like the guys were just sitting there with popcorn. Like, shh, my show is on. Like, the guys. So much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here too. They're like, we worked for a long time for this. We keep like the guys are like, we worked a long time for this. We get we get it first first peak. Thank you so much for having this. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We're doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today when we get to 50K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. What's today's date? That happened last night. All right. Yeah, wait. Oh gosh. It's a lot, but it's good. It's good. It's good. All right. One moment, please. Hi there, Delia. One moment, just reading back. Bad vibration. Hmm. Just bear with me. Hmm. That makes a lot of sense. Yep. Totally recontextualizing. Tap to claim, Nikki. Oh, and again, further confirmation. So Laurel says that as I was doing that reading, the wind got picked up where she was. So further confirmation on that. Speaking of elemental, always the elements with you. Hmm. Did he fix your AC in the dream? Yeah, the past life wound, it's healed. Yeah, that's giving moving away from instability immediately. Yep. Also the message. Yep. No, that's wild. I mean, again, she's a great reader. I'm not surprised. And I like to point this out. Like this is why readers like are totally like readers get very excited when other people are reading with them because they're like it's really cool to be like, oh, good. I'm glad we're picking up on the same. I'm glad we're picking up. I'm glad we're picking up on the same message. You know what I mean? Yep. That's wild. Yeah, I can relate to this counterpart. Yep. Can't they just get over it already? when you when I walk you through it, man. When I walk you through it. When I walk you through it. Yeah. And then I was like, go big or go home. Exactly. Hmm. Bridget was like, you did what now? Because they knew. Like they knew you. They knew you like the back of your hand. They knew that you were gonna look for a caveat out of the caveat. Is what I want to point out. They knew you were gonna be like, no, there's a caveat on the caveat. And I keep on hearing they jumped. They knew. They knew you were gonna look for the caveat in the caveat and they rushed in. They were like into the breach. Right? That's what I keep on getting. Yeah. That's my why the space. Which one? Yep. I would do it again, or do I understand now? Yeah. Yep. Erica confirming. I said that. I said, I'm not sorry. I would do it again. Exactly. Right. And when you have that kind of lesson, it's like another person understanding your perspective, right? You can't get away from me. Yeah. Yeah. Like, again, like perfectly described when a tornado meets a volcano. Exactly. Or we come back to let people know. Mm. Well, again, I don't, I need to stress this. This doesn't feel like negative. I need to point out it feels like two individuals that had a very wildly different opinion on what would be done in a space of perfect love is what I keep on getting. Like it's not the fact that either of you were wrong, but it has more to do with what you were willing to let the other person go through. Yeah, you understand why it's taking them this long. Yeah, it could be. I gotta say, like, that type of energy. I like to point out when a Leo and Taurus fight, it's like Clash of the Titans. You know what I mean? It's like just clear the state. You know, just clear the state. Like just don't get in the middle of it. Just just give hide anything fragile. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hmm. It means like it's not that it's not the funny thing is it's not that you're moving past it. It means you're finally ready to address it. Right? It's taken this long to finally be ready to address it. Yeah, 40 years. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's been 84 years. Exactly. It is a very fun reading. I do love reading on this energy. Yep. My favorite. Minnie. I lost it when I saw Minnie's comment. gonna drop kick each other. And Booty, thank you for the follow. On site. Yep. I might just ignore them. They're for their own good. And the leaf blower. I didn't even pick up on that. You're totally right. The leaf blower kicking in. Yeah, they tend to do this always. Who's who they? Oh, the leaf. Oh, you see, you guys are better with my schedule than I am. I'm like, what? Yeah. I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk to them. Hold my beer kind of energy. Oh, I know. I get it. Please let me know when it does. Yeah, lots of one-on-ones. That makes sense. um, Dream walking is different than astral. Dream walking is when two different energies actually meet, like in the dream space, like you're having the same dream. Yeah, just sounds like my guides. Oh, good. Okay, thank you so much, Nicole, for letting me know. I might need to confirm the date with you, so I'll reach out to you afterwards. Was it for today? Hi there. How you doing today, Lava? Yeah, Ella. Yeah, just a teaser. I worked a long time for this too. Exactly. They definitely have worked overtime for this. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yeah, I love. You see, I love Aries Taurus cusp though. You know, because Aries Taurus cusp is like you and whose army. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why anyone ever messes with an Aries Taurus cusp. You know, much different than those Taurus those Cancer Taurus, like the like much different energy than a Gemini Taurus. You know, much different. Very. That's a different bull. That's a different bull. That's a different bull. That's a different bull. Not the same bull. Yeah. hmm Yeah, the leaf blower is elemental. I didn't even pick up on that. That's so funny that you guys observed that. It didn't even occur to me. Yeah, I'm happy I have my moon in Virgo, keeps my Leo and Taurus from constant inner turmoil. No, like Virgo is gonna be like, chill out. Like both of you. Like you're both wrong. I like a Virgo between a Leo and Taurus because a Virgo between a Leo and Taurus is like you're both wrong. Like you're both wrong. Creative, thank you for the heart me's. How you doing today, dear? Yeah, absolutely. How you doing today? No, I know you missed it. We've been doing it's been a dreamy day. All dreams today, mostly. In the zone when reading and you don't even notice. No, I mean, it's funny because I'm like, oh yeah, like wind, and then like it's like I didn't realize. It's great. 8:30. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, I can. Yeah, I should be able to be. We should be in. We should be. Hold on, let me double check, dear. I may as well. I've already got you here because I've got another reading tonight too. I'll just double check now. Yeah. hmm No, we're fine. We're in good shape. Nicole, the only thing with the time that you have is I'm coming right out of a reading into yours. So I might be like just pay attention. I might be a few minutes late in, but we'll just like don't if I'm a few minutes late in, just know that I'm wrapping up the previous reading. Okay? Yeah, that's your Virgo telling the energy to get it together, right? Like that's entirely the Virgo part of you. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support in your journey. Thank you for that gift as well. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is going to be Melissa. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it is the time to get on the list because you'll be the next person read for. I'm also keeping the list very short today. So if you would like to, if you have a reading that's held and you've been meaning to utilize it, now's a good day to do so. If you want to get on the list and you don't want to have to wait a long time, now's a great time to get on the list because you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura, and as well as symbol and sign decoding. If you've got information that's relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, we're doing a dream interpretation. What's going on in this dream space, Mel? Because the energy just like shifted big time. Big time. All right. Did you post the dream up yet? Yep. Okay. I got you. I got it. Okay, perfect. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. We'll do that again after the next reading. Buon compleanno, Hypnos. All right, let's get to it. The dog avatar. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Melissa? And thank you again to Avatar for gifting this reading too, Melissa. Deeply appreciate that. We're outside with it today. I got it. I'm going to pin up Melissa here, guys. Make sure to give Melissa some love. Dream about leaving my apartment with my daughter. We were heading to the airport, but we're trying to figure out if I should take the train or fly. Another part of a dream, I had started a job, I think, in retail. They decided to make me one of their partners. That's all I can remember. 4 cards, please. You know, every time it's interesting too, because I feel like there's a guide. I feel like there's a guide that's trying to help you work through some self-limiting beliefs in terms of what is and is not possible. And I feel like I see this. Like this is a very, very heavy theme that keeps on coming up in your dream space. And it feels very, very heavily connected to a manifestation goal that you have. You know? and the manifestation, like I keep on hearing, like the guide on this. I feel like the guide on this is helping you through something that you feel is impossible to do. Right? And I feel like it's interesting because it's very unusual. It's very unusual to have a guide so fixated on having you move somewhere. You know? And I'm again, this is actually why, see, this is why I really like working with my clients in the dream space, because when we start to see, it's very unusual to have the same dream over and over and over and over again. And there's something very characteristic about the fact that you keep on having a dream on repeat, right? And the dream that I see that you have on repeat is you changing locations, right? Like, I feel like every time I read for you, there's some kind of dream about you changing locations. And what's interesting about it is it feels very much like a guide that keeps on arriving into, like, every night you're going into a space by which a guide is showing you a different possibility as to how that dream can become a reality, right? We've seen it first in experiences by which they actually put a number, right? Like, show me a number, which is again unusual because the ability to see a number in the dream space, highly unusual. So, and what's interesting about it is we first saw that, like, I feel like if you were in the moment, by what you were saying, Lo, the money's an issue. The guy being like, the money's not an issue. You just need to find the right location at the right amount, right? Or the experience by which you say, like, oh, like, I can't. Um, and I would not be surprised right now if there's something related to your inability to find work in some kind of location, right? Because what do we see that's happening in the dream space? Okay. And we're going to start with the first part of the dream, which says, and this is the unifying factor that is identified by the first part of the dream, which says the dream about leaving your apartment with your daughter, and you are heading to the airport, but you are trying to figure out if you should take the train or fly, right? And that is effectively working through the inevitability of a manifestation goal, right? Because when a manifestation goal becomes inevitable, right? It's not about whether, like, the manifestation goal here has reached its inevitability zone, right? Because it's not about whether you're going or not. It's just becoming a question of how you get there, right? And that is effectively what the dream's trying to articulate, that there's something about a manifestation goal that's already happening, right? And what happens when we're working through a manifestation goal? The funny thing about it, when a manifestation goal is manifesting, we sometimes don't recognize it, right? But the way you can usually tell that a manifestation goal is occurring is it becomes an inevitability, right? It no longer is like if, it becomes when, right? It's not about if, it's just a matter of when. So I would not be surprised if you've noticed some of that shift in terms of a manifestation goal that's getting closer and closer to reaching its fruition, that you're potentially identifying in relationality to the way that you're talking about it, or the way that they themselves are also embracing it. But I also see a lot of that work that we're identifying here has to do with understanding that And what's interesting about this is you've got a unified manifestation goal here. You know, it's not just the fact, the reason I see this is it's not just the fact that it's your manifestation goal, but it's theirs as well. So it's not just the fact that you're trying to move towards that manifestation goal, but the observation of understanding that the quality by which you're trying to do something slowly is because you realize, right? You're not doing something that's best for you. You're trying to do a manifestation goal that's on their timeline, right? What's best for them, which is why you see, and that's what I think is interesting, because you identified the fact that you said, and I need to stress this, okay? You said, and I want to point this out because it needs to be addressed. You said that you left, right? You left the apartment with your daughter. But did you notice the fact that you changed what you said to me? Because you didn't say to me that you were trying to figure out whether you both should take the train or fly. You articulated that you were going to the airport, but that you alone were trying to figure out if you should take the train or fly, which is understanding that this is the guide that's showing you and saying the ability to get to that manifestation goal does not mean that you and your daughter must have the same unified approach to getting there, because that would give the indication by which you know how she's going to get there, right? She's flying, right? Why are you going to the airport? Why are you going to the airport if not for the fact that she's flying? How are you going to get there, right? So potentially looking at the possibility of a bifurcated manifestation goal, which is the modality by which you both arrive at the same manifestation, but by doing things in different ways, right? Now, this is further, right? And so that's the first part of the manifestation, right? The guide is presenting you, right? The silent guide, your silent guide. I love your silent guide. Your silent guide is presenting you with the possibility that how they might arrive to that manifestation goal is different how you might. And then with that, like with that alighted, right? With that lightning, right? The lightning, that's the plane, right? With that lightning, then now the guide says, all right, let's break it down. How are you going to get there? They're taken care of. I don't know if they, I don't know, I don't know if there's something about them that they've got some kind of plan. How are you going to get there? Some kind of job, right? That you take on, and then another person offers to make you a partner, right? So the observation, what does that mean? Small opportunities with huge growth potential, right? The ability to get somewhere that just allows you to get your foot in the door, right? It's almost giving a little bit, it's like it's giving like anything, like anything to get there, right? Because once you have footing, it could become something more, right? So basically, you've got a whole communication device that's happening right now on behalf of the guide, helping you to struggle through a manifestation goal that you may have insecurity on, saying, remember, if your desire is to move somewhere, right? The plan by which you get there might differ entirely from how they do, right? That doesn't necessarily require you guys to do something exactly the same way, right? Just identifying what's mutually beneficial. And further, right? The observation of understanding that you don't necessarily need to find something ideal, but something that has a lot of possibility, right? Something that has a lot of potential, right? So this is again the energy that's reaffirming bottom of the deck, right? like the silent guide that's saying, remember potential, right? It doesn't have to be perfect, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. A foothold is a foothold. A foothold is a foothold because it gives us room to grow, right? Like a foothold is a foothold. A foothold is a foothold because it gives us room to grow. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Now is a great time to get on the list, though, if you want to get on the list, because you will be the next person read for. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I've articulated for those who are subscribers. As well as a free 1 card reading each day. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Melissa. you know, the thing with that guide, I have to tell you, um, the guide that's there, I need to point this out. Like, I need to stress this. The guide is specifically not revealing themselves because I feel like they don't want the onus of the decision to be on them. Like, I thought it was very interesting that the guide themselves were going to a lot of work to stay they're staying very, very hidden, you know? And I think one of the reasons that the guide, like, it's very odd for me to be able to say like a hidden guide. They're staying very, very hidden in it because I feel like they don't want you to have to feel the weight. Like, it's not that they're expecting you to do something, but they're trying to show you the way to get to get there, right? And I feel like the reason that they're not revealing themselves is because they don't want you to feel like, I keep wondering, like, they don't want you to feel like you're letting them down if you're not pursuing something, right? I feel like they're just trying to show you like the possibilities in terms of how something could come to be, if that makes sense. Yeah, if I had not been having my dream interpretations, this would be so confusing. Thank you for the help, Nicole. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's a lot to be doing with your hands, Per. Yeah, that's crazy because I was wondering about paying for double the flight. Oh, thank you for confirming. Yeah. And Kate, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it is. It's a silent motivator. Like, it says to me like that. I feel like they're not going to reveal yourself till you make a decision on something, and this is a reason why. They don't want you to feel like it. They don't want you to feel like you're letting them down. They're just trying to show you the way. All right, let's continue right now. So the list, as I mentioned, is open. If anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Kate, thank you for the follow. In the meantime, we are going to get started on 1 card readings for super fans and those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. If you are a super fan or a paid member, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you'd like to become a super fan or a paid member, now's a great time to join because you'll also be able to receive that card. Thank you for the compliment, Allie. TC, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to draw cards for you. Thank you as well, Jojo, for receiving these messages. And Nosy, again, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-members. How you doing today, BMF? Excellent. Laurel, 1 card. Oh. I keep on getting you do well there. They have a depletion of your type of energy. Yeah, the 5 of cups and it's upright. It's interesting because like it says to me, like if you're prioritizing solitude and success, it's going to be good for you. Maybe not so much in the realm of community is what I'm getting, right? Like it's interesting. I know it's going to sound weird, but like it feels like a bit of Empress energy. But you have to understand Empress energy can sometimes feel a little secluded, if that makes sense. Nicole, 1 card, highest priority, please. We've got the 7 of Swords in its reversal. Like, I keep on hearing now is not the time for another person to try to hash the past out to you. You know, it's interesting too with this Wheel of Fortune and its reversal. You know, pay attention. Like, pay attention if someone's trying to get all sentimental on you, right? Yeah, especially with the water dragon. Like, it says to me, it's saying to me, like somebody trying to say, like to you, like trying to make you feel like, I don't know, like I'll never understand someone who tries to make you feel bad about something that they've done. You know what I mean? Like it's that type of energy. Like don't let somebody make you feel bad about something that they did. Right? Like I keep on hearing you're just navigating circumstances. Don't let them don't let another person try to make you feel like sometimes when you see energy like that is your closure point. You know, it says to me, like make it make sense. Someone who tries to make you feel bad for something that they've done is often somebody who you know, tries to come towards us emotionally and then trying to say that we're being unempathetic about the fact that they're emotional, that they hurt us. Like you don't need to be emotional. You don't need to be there for another person's emotional outpouring about the fact that they identify that they did something wrong is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it's saying to me, like, make it make sense. Absolutely. Per, highest priority, please, for per. You know, it's interesting. It feels to me, hold on a minute. I need to go back to something. It feels it's interesting because something about the dream space in terms of the cat being with your mother is what I keep on getting. Why would your cat be with your mother? Yeah, with the Ace of Swords. right? Because it's saying to me that I feel like there's something about the dream space that you're learning to heal from another person's. I feel like I see that like the shadow work that you're working to do is somebody who tried to articulate to you that you have to be careful if someone's trying to be nice to you. Yeah, the cow energy, right? It says to me, like, I keep on hearing whose hearsay, right? Whose hearsay was the cautionary tale? What was the first cautionary tale, right? Because I feel like it's like the space by which like you trying to go back to that is potentially hearing another person's story and taking like the wrong lesson from it, or something that happened very early on, or somebody explaining something to you that did not make sense, is what I keep on getting. Mm-hmm. Ella, wait one moment, please. Ella, one moment. Hi, Julia. How you doing today? Kate, thank you for the follow. Okay. One card around their coping behaviors. It's interesting because I feel like it's hard because it almost feels like somebody's coping behaviors are hard for another person, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it's saying to me, like somebody being, I keep on hearing somebody being receptive, or someone being receptive on like how hard another person is working on something, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with like especially with this 9 of Swords, right? Like I feel like I feel like I see someone who has a hard time communicating how they're feeling, and in the space by which they like we can't be upset that we're carrying things if we don't articulate to others that they're heavy, is what I keep on seeing, you know. So I feel like it's somebody potentially needing to do some work in terms of getting better and making their feelings heard, not feeling like they have to bear everything, but being able to communicate so that others are aware how they're feeling, and also being able to communicate what it is that would help them feel better, right? So being like being prescriptive in terms like having the working into the space of being able to ask for things and knowing it's okay to ask for them. Claire, I got you. One moment, please. One card on self-love. You know, it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. It's not selfish. It's not selfish to care for yourself if it's something that you would easily give another person, right? And if another person sees that selfish, right? Then you know that then that is indicative of the care that they're denying themselves, right? Like you shouldn't I keep wondering, you shouldn't feel like you have to diminish your successes to spare another person's feelings. Thank you, dear. All right. Bear with me one moment. One card for pieces. Um, it feels more like personal, you know? I don't necessarily feel like there's an issue here in relation to work, but I feel like there is something about you being able to put a little more investiture into something that you personally care about. Bottom of the deck, especially with this Three of Cups in its reversal, I feel like this is you putting some kind of focus on making connections. Yeah, particularly with the Earth Dragon, you know, I feel like I keep on hearing like having an unbiased, someone unbiased to talk to is what I get. Like the beauty of an unbiased opinion is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, dear. Yep. Alexandra, one card on love, please, for Alexandra. We've got the Emperor. Like I said, I feel like I see some kind of new partnership or relationship coming towards you very quickly, specifically and particularly. Yeah, and you've got the King of Cups, bottom of the deck. Wow. I mean, that's heavy because we've got Emperor and King of Cups. So I see somebody who's been waiting for the right time to come towards you. Like I keep wondering the time, like they're trusting, like they're putting a lot of trust in divine timing. Yeah, especially with the otter energy. You know, it's interesting though, because I feel like at the same time that that's happening, someone from the past might try to be returning back again. So make sure that you're just being conscientious. I keep on hearing like someone telling us how much they miss us isn't an apology. Accountability is the conversation on what one can do differently, right? Like, don't let another person block a new like, don't let another person intervene or block a healthy relationship. By trying to like, I keep wondering, by trying to like like bring an old argument back into the present. How you doing today, Julia? And thank you for the follow, Black. 2 cards on Avatar, Divine Counterpart. Yeah, somebody's done with something. It's over. It's over. Somebody did something that's like unforgivable. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, King of Cups. Like I keep on hearing like guilt-free zone. Like it feels like somebody crossed the Rubicon on something. The hawk energy. Right? Somebody said something to them that they can't take back. Is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's somebody trying to get back into another person's good graces and being like, there's nothing you can say to take back what you said. Like somebody says, I hear somebody being like, I take it back, and being like, you can't take it back. There's no taking it back is what I keep on hearing. You know? Particularly and especially as it relates to somebody's feelings about something. One card, highest and best, please, for Julia. Yeah, it says to me, like, you can be friendly without being friends. You know, recognizing a Saturnine lesson is understanding that we give someone the benefit of the doubt that they can change, but we don't need to be available to someone is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's really difficult there because I almost feel like don't let another person. It's giving me the same energy, right? Like somebody trying to articulate and being like, why are you being so mean to me after I hurt you? Like not allowing another person's emotions to intervene in terms of a grievous injury they've done to you, right? Someone who is like doing something cruel to us will then try to articulate that we are being cruel because we don't tolerate their cruelty, right? It's giving me like a lot of that energy. Like you don't have to allow someone being cruel to you access to your person, right? You can care about someone from a distance, but they don't need to have energetic access to you If it feels, especially if it feels like there's some kind of imbalance in terms of what they're asking of you versus what they're willing to provide, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I love. Solitude and success. I'm very happy to hear that, Laurel. Feels like a good place for that. Thank you for supporting each other in these comments. Angelo, you come in here every day and articulate your lack of desire for a reading, and yet we find you here. So there's clearly something here that you energetically need. I just want you to be conscientious of that. What I mean, it sounds like what you really are seeking is attention to be able to articulate that in that way. They were cat sitting. That's wild, purr. Yeah. Sweet Cell, thank you for the follow. Hi there. Oh, Erica, excellent. All right, you're the next person on the list. And friends, the list is now back open. So please, if you haven't already posted, if you haven't posted your one card, please pause in the one card post. We're gonna get back to personal readings. Mm-hmm. I got you, Erica. Nikki, one card, highest priority, please. Ella, your animal oracle is the wolf. I feel like the wolf, like, it's interesting. I feel like it's connected to a guide with you, right? Like you do not need to, don't get in the space by which you have to be combative. Like leave it to your guide to take care of it. You know? Excellent. Erica, can you said that you sent it over. I'm just trying to find the donation. Just bear with me. Hold on a moment. Excellent. Hold on a minute. All right, one card for Nikki. Highest priority, please. Yeah, it says to me, especially with this moon card, this is a continuation of what we were seeing in your dream reading. Um, recognizing like some energy I know it sounds wild, but some energy are perfectly fine being in a toxic relationship, right? And the hard part about that is like, and often what happens, you have to understand, um, often toxic relationships don't have supportive energy around them, but they have energy that sticks around for the entertainment value, you know? Oh, thank you, Erica. I got that. I have that donation coming through now. Yeah, especially with the King of Wands and its reversal. Like that's the hardest thing about it. Like it feels to me like the observation of someone who's in, often those who are in a loveless relationship will try to elevate the relationship to fix it, right? To that, like it's like they like it's a space that says, oh, maybe if we do this it'll get better, failing to recognize that it makes things even worse, is what I keep on hearing. And especially it has to do with the observation of another person, like someone who's decided that maybe if they maybe like somebody who's decided that maybe if they have a child with someone, it's going to make something better, right? Animal Oracle. It never makes things better. It just makes things worse, because it should not, like, in bringing innocent energy into a toxic environment does not fix things. It often breaks them further, is what I keep on getting. Absolutely. Which is potentially, I feel like that's potentially what you were seeing in that dream space that allowed you to effectively heal, because you saw the tendency of the observation of moving towards things not out of a sense of joy, but like out of a sense of trying to fix something that's profoundly broken. Yeah. Hi, Erica. That's for your full reading, correct? Oh, no problem, Ella. I appreciate that. Excellent. You're so welcome. Minnie, we're pausing on one cards right now because we have a full reading coming through. Yeah, the cruelty's nasty. You're so welcome, dear. Animal Oracle for Julia, please. Yeah, the hawk energy. It's almost you saying like another person articulating, like it's saying to me, like, miss me with it. Somebody trying to articulate. I feel like somebody trying to articulate upon care, but I keep on seeing like another person, like another person trying to facilitate and recognize that it would cost them nothing to help us, but they choose not to, right? Is almost like, I feel like it's somebody like searching for a reason that has no rationale, you know? Like, I feel like the question you need to say to someone is like, I'll talk to you when you explain the rationale of your choice. And if they can't explain the rationale, there's no conversation to be had. Absolutely. Yep. I got you, Erica. All right. Yep. Oop. Thank you for the help, Ava. I appreciate you. Yes, for anyone who's over joining us on the place where we keep the videos, these are one card readings for those who are paid members. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. If not, these are donation based reads. So 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. And drama, I'm going to ask that you please, I appreciate the hearts, but I'm going to ask that you please refrain from repeating the same thing over and over again. I will go ahead and block you if you do so, because it doesn't allow for clear communication in the chat space. I'm glad to hear that they're okay, EB. To get a card user FT, all you do is become a paid member, or you can send a donation in the tree that has banks in it in my bio if you'd like a full reading. Ava, 1 card highest priority, please. We got the 2 of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like I see you and counterpart working on healing from wounds in the past in order to facilitate a healthy relationship between one another. I think it's interesting too, because I feel like you're encountering them in the dream space. There's something about this. Like, I feel like they've encountered you, or they know what your energetic signature is. Like, it feels to me like somebody who's like, I keep on hearing, like, I'm trying to change my life to be worthy of you, is what I keep on getting. Like, I don't know why. I feel like somebody came in contact with your energetic energy, and they realized that they needed to get their act together. You know? All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Erica. Also, make sure whenever you're putting the place you sent the donation, please don't put the full name, just put the initials. The apps are very jealous. They don't like to hear the names of the other apps on their site. If anybody else, oh, thank you, Laurel. I appreciate that. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. So it's a great time to get on the list today. The list is nice and short. Excellent. I'll probably only be taking maybe one more person on the list today as well. And Masego, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It's okay, Jojo. So one of the things I like to point out is just being here and receiving these messages. The reason we articulate them as donation based is often when one individual gets a reading, another person needed to receive it as well. So we also do a free reading each day for those who can't necessarily afford it. I hope that helps. All right. And before we continue with Erica's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. We'll do it again after the next reading. And thank you, Music Lover, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Okay. And just looking for Erica's question. Bear with me a moment. I'm looking for the question to go through, Erica. I'm just going back up on it. I thought I saw it before. I got you. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of birds in this deck, Jojo. You gotta be specific. All right. Can I get 3 cards for Eric? Oh, Erica. Hold on a minute. Yep. Can I get 4 cards for Erica, please? On that person. Wow. I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation of someone who's not inclined to explain what they're dealing with, but they've got a lot on their plate. You know, I've got here a Knight of Cups as well as a Knight of Wands. So the thing about it is, like, when I see energy like this, I feel like I see somebody who does not have a lot of time on their hands. You know, I see somebody whose hands are very, very full, in working in 2 different capacities right now. And I need to walk this through because I just keep on sensing somebody who I've got them in Justice, which says to me like some heavy Libra placements. So they're trying to kind of bring balance into an imbalanced situation. I'm going to walk you through the 2 different energetic signatures that I see around someone. One thing I'm seeing, like, I see somebody around this individual who articulates, right? They try to articulate or come across as friendly, but they're not doing anything, right? It's like I see somebody trying to facilitate working in some capacity with someone who literally does not lift a finger. Like somebody effectively and the thing about it, and this is the worst part about it, energy that doesn't lift a finger is often energy that tries to articulate. And the thing with energy that doesn't lift a finger is energy that often just like goes through the habit of making sure others realize that they say that they'll do something and then they'll let another person down so profoundly over and over and over again that the individual will try to articulate and say, like, yeah, they don't let me do anything. And it's very convenient, right? It's very convenient for an energy to articulate the fact that they're always available to help if they're but they're perpetually in a space by which they're waiting for the next opportunity to disappoint someone, right? So I literally see some kind of energy around them of an individual that, like, I keep on hearing, they try to cry nice, but they make it their job in dropping things, right? They try to claim nice. Like, there's the energy that tries to claim nice, that tries to articulate the fact that they try to do everything. But I keep on seeing it's a little bit of that whoopsie energy, which is the type of energy where it's like whenever you give them the smallest like they try to teach others, you give them the smallest responsibility, and then they go whoopsie, right? And then they feel energetically satisfied, right? The energy feels satisfied because they keep on going, but I'm here if you need anything. Whoopsie, right? I'm here if you need anything. Whoopsie. I'm here if you need anything. Whoopsie, right? So it's somebody who's very, very twisted around them, because I just literally see somebody that tries to articulate and amplify, right? It's like it's giving me like a really twisted energy, like someone who tries to play nice and articulate upon the fact that they're ready in an instant to help in any way, shape, or form possible, but then energetically, like absolutely energetically giggles and delights when another person gives them a responsibility, and then they just go ahead and shatter, right? They just go ahead and shatter whatever they effectively try to hold for them. So I keep on seeing that it's hard because I feel like I see somebody in some kind of situation by which anything that another person is saying about them, you have to take with a grain of salt, because I almost see somebody who's like working silently or working really hard through a situation with someone who's just very incredibly twisted, right? And the part about it is twisted energy. Like, twisted energy will try to go out of their way to articulate how available they are for things, but you can't necessarily give twisted energy anything, because once you give them any responsibility, they go through the energetic performance of damaging something so profoundly that another person understands, and then again, always offering, right? But never energetically fulfilling. So I see somebody potentially having to work through an experience in that capacity. So I want to articulate that anything you hear about this person, particularly from that individual, you have to take with a grain of salt. You have to take whatever this person, whatever this energy, whatever this person is saying. And the way you can usually tell this is somebody, nice energy does not need to articulate about how nice they're trying to be to someone. Okay? Nice energy is not in the habit of talking about how nice they are. It's very important to notate that, because something about this, like somebody, like I keep on hearing when somebody says, I was just trying to be nice. No, they weren't. Whoever that was, right? I was just trying to be nice. There was nothing nice about it. I just keep on hearing, I was just trying to be nice. Nice energy never says, I was just trying to be nice. Trying, right? Nice, not twisted energy reveals itself because they say, I was just trying to be nice. They weren't being nice, were they? They told on themselves. I was just trying to be nice isn't being nice, is it? You're either nice or you're not. There's no trying when it comes to being nice. However, somebody with that, I keep on hearing whoopsie. Yeah, whoopsie will try to be nice. Whoopsie will try to be nice. Whoopsie will be like, would you like to give that to me? Would you like to give that to me? Right? It's a nice that goes, would you like to give that to me? The threat that's implicit in another person saying, would you like me to give another opportunity of disappointing you profoundly? So I feel like there's something very important there, because I almost feel like I see somebody like who's very aware of the fact that there's some kind of deep toxicity in their life masquerading as a knight, right? I keep on hearing someone who masquerades as a knight but isn't a truly good person. The other thing I'm seeing here is, meanwhile, I see another situation that they're effectively trying to do everything possible to effectively work through. And I just keep on seeing, it's like, I don't know why I keep on getting this, but I see somebody who's going through a lot of difficulty trying to help another person understand that the quality of helplessness is something that has a painful impact on one's entire experience, right? Like it's almost somebody trying to say to another person that energy that does that, it's not missed. You know, I want to point out, often when I see something like this, energy like this always feels like it's profoundly clever. You know, like the energy that does this feels satisfied because they feel like they found some kind of like social lever, is what I keep on hearing. But the fact is that when others see the quality of another person utilizing a social lever like that, it actually puts them in perpetual hermit mode, right? Nothing is unseen. So I literally see a situation by which another person is trying to articulate to another, right? The difficulty or hurdle of what occurs when one is effectively living in that way, right? Because I just keep on hearing somebody trying to articulate to another, like nothing is unseen, right? And when we recognize that nothing is unseen, then the ability to effectively work through something in such a way that one is giving one's best to it feels really hard, because I feel like I literally see somebody doing everything they can to try to make something better in an energy by which it feels like everything is moving against them, or the space by which it feels like they're the only one, right? It's like I keep wondering, they're like the only ethical person in a situation. And so it feels like to me, like a lot of that work that I see someone doing, like I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of quietude around this person, because I just keep on seeing someone that's trying to articulate upon like, what's the point of complaining about something? It's not going to change the state or nature of another person's broken heart state. You know what I mean? Like that's what I keep on seeing. Like when you recognize another person's tendency to be that cruel, like talking about the cruelty, like when someone's that cruel to the core, talking about the cruelty doesn't fix it, right? It just makes the cruelty, like it just worsens the cruelty. So I almost see somebody who's just kind of like moving through something the best that they can, and not trying to spend too much time articulating upon it, because I keep on hearing in the time by which they're articulating upon it, right? They're not doing the things necessary to work through it. So I feel like it's hard because I see somebody who's like if you're not like if, like I feel like they've got their guard up to a certain extent, and a lot of it has to do with having experienced situations or circumstances of that nature. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like the Three of Pentacles, like it feels to me like trust issues for a reason. Right, like that's the hard part when I see somebody. It's like well seasoned trust issues, right? Like having to work through an experience. Like I almost see somebody that you know has a longing to have a deep connection, but they're working through a lot of these experiences by which they've been, I feel like I'm not saying someone who's been profoundly hurt, like someone who's been profoundly hurt by another person wanting to take advantage of their kindness, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like I see some kind of situation by which another person is like, they've got a little bit of this hyper independence, but I keep on seeing the hyper independence is founded on the fact that they had to go through an experience by which they couldn't trust anyone around them. So I feel like when you're navigating a situation with someone like this, you just have to give them time to understand that you're not going to let them down in that capacity, right? That you're not coming towards them in a space by which you're trying to abuse them or misuse them, but your ability of helping them see like the possibilities that there's still good people out there. I say, like, remember, every moment that you're there is a paving stone. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And thank you for sharing the live music. I appreciate you. Excellent. Thank you, dear. And I need to point out, if you want further indications on that, Erica, if you head over to the place where we keep the videos, you'll see some of the shape and nature of that energy that I'm discussing. Okay? Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. And thank you for having that reading with me. All right, we're going to continue right now. As I mentioned, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today on the Clock app. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. For those who have not had their 1 card pull yet today, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. Either if you're joining us on the place, if you're either joining us over on the Clock app as a super fan, or if you're joining us as a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. Excellent. Oh, I can Jojo, I can absolutely do that. Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. And thank you so much. I really appreciate that suggestion. And Gudon, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. I got you, dear. Bridget, 2 cards, highest priority, please. I feel like, I think that there's something important, Bridget, in relationality to, I just keep on hearing you're very good at doing energetic clearing. Energetic clearing, even when you don't mean to, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, like the thing about this, and it has to do with your own energetic signature. Yeah, I keep on getting purifier, and it's funny too. I don't know why, and we'll kind of talk about this. I keep on getting like your divine counterpart, like going purifier, but like rolling their eyes, like rolling their eyes. Like rolling their eyes when they say it is what I keep on getting. Like the fact that they're like, I would know you anywhere. Like I feel like it's the energy being like, they've been here. They've been here. How can you tell? I can just tell. I can just tell the guy going, I can just tell. No, I can tell in an instant. Right? Like because it has to do. It's not even just what where like you don't here's the thing about it. And this is the funniest thing. We don't recognize this. We don't see our own signatures. You know, like that's the funniest thing about it. We don't see our own signatures. which is interesting, you know? Yeah, you feel that. Thank you for confirming. I got to write that down for you. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. Minnie, one card, please, on that trip this weekend with Counterpart. Just don't bring any work with you. I know how hard that is. It feels like something about being able to like fully invest in something. And I feel like it's interesting. I just keep on hearing no spoilers, which is almost like the energy that knows. Like, I don't know why. I don't know if it's like you're another person. Like a spoiler energy is someone who does not care about taking a moment by which they know that we're relaxing and not giving us the opportunity to do so. You know, like it feels like there's something important there. Um, Particularly and especially, yeah, like the blank manifestation, right? Being able to address everything you can when you can, so that you can really, I just keep on seeing, so that you can really enjoy something. Um, beyond articulating to another person, like anything that needs to be addressed will be addressed when you come back, is what I keep on getting. But that said, it feels like a really beautiful period of time to kind of like, it's giving me some kind of like new idea or some kind of fresh start or some kind of new ability, like some kind of ability to address something in a way that you haven't before, like deep conversation type of energy. Okay. But I felt mine with that energy reading I told you about. Absolutely. Yeah. I want to read you on my one card for my energetic signature. We kind of talk about that with aura readings. Yeah, try not to take work with you, it says to me. Like see if there's something about it by which you can take a little time specifically just to be able to like enjoy something. Absolutely. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who is a super fan who has not had a card pulled today, or anyone who is a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos who has not had a card pulled today either. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. Hold on a moment. Oh, that's beautiful, Jojo. So we have an individual, Jojo, over on the place where we keep the videos, are saying that there was someone who stopped them recently when they were putting groceries away in their car. And she said she saw me in the store and that I was glowing so bright, and she had to stop and tell me that God loves me. I absolutely had no idea how to react to that. Well, that's beautiful. It indicates the fact that you have beautiful energy. So I think the best thing you can say about that is thank you, right? It's a genuine compliment, isn't it? No, you weren't rude or anything. We actually had a good hug. That's beautiful. Oh, I love that. Thank you for sharing that experience. My friends, I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it should be up now, both as a podcast over on Spot. It should also be available over on Stack. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time. So that's going to be at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list today and you will have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. Um, if you became a super fan or a subscriber today or a paid member, welcome. I would encourage you to message me directly. I will send you an invite to our super fan and paid member only disco channel. There you can introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on Thursday. It'll be held on Thursday, May 18th. June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Howard, I hope you guys haven't, my mod, K Megan. I hope you're getting your rest and you're doing well wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please, yes, please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone, and take care.